saw the fireplace. Now they think it's insane. They think it's gonna.
I don't know.
It's kind of.
Angela, yeah, Angela's going to be here later, and
You
she's
see it in the middle of everything's
everywhere.
clear.
It's just
But
like
you've
a
got a big
fireplace.
fireplace
Oh,
with
how
the chimney
funny.
going up.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know if they were.
It's on the opposite side of
That 40 acres, there's four lots developed on that corner of Mountain Road and on the left side.
It might be. I think I remember a long time ago when they first
It's kind of
did it.
interesting. I just
Yeah.
go by now and they kept it up. So I thought that was neat.
Okay.
They did not color.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. And I think they ended up getting the wood from that. I don't know. I've heard. Yeah, I guess. Why don't you sit here for now? If you want to switch, I'm just not tall enough. Switch yourselves around, and that way when Noel comes, you'll know to be there.
I was trying to figure out what jobs maybe yeah. It just tells me that it's 32.6 feet from here to there. Yeah. And you got 10 foot.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that we.
Well, they're probably saying this.
Not so much there.
But yeah, Michael. Here, fine. Maybe it is 32 years. And over. But for the roof on it. Yeah. Yeah, but none of this addresses the building. They only do it. So it doesn't. So that's probably yeah. I mean, it probably is 32 years.
He's kind of I want to work with their CR project that really that are wood. Yeah, actually one of them the bulk of that's going to take place if you want to talk to actually
Yeah. I can't still figure out. Is the architect going to be here?
I think he is. Yeah, he's supposed to be here at 7. Bob, yeah. Oh, here's the map.
their takes maximum people on the ground. Who's going to be here tonight? I don't get it. It's already going to stay. It's too confusing. It's my small brain. It's not really changes to rule or anything like that, but it's yeah, it's kind of changed. It's kind of by extension. It's a beast. I'm interested in it. And also there's a new
Sit up here. All right. Yes, the architect is here, so when you want to talk about that, yeah, you take one of these seats, is fine. And this is just a revision to it. Marty's coming. I mean, if he just comes, let me turn on all the.
Little reading. So I've been working on a lot of my work involves reading stuff all the time anyway, so it's just one thing after another.
Are we all set? Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission and members of the Design Review Board. You've all been invited tonight to a joint workshop meeting. We have two visioning studies that we'd like to give you a presentation on. This is a workshop. Therefore, these planning studies will go to the next meeting of the Planning Commission next month for your formal review at that time. But tonight we wanted to start the conversation, so to speak, on both of these and give you presentations. The first one we're going to start with is the Arnold Mill Road Visioning Study, and you should all have a revised plan that came in this evening. And essentially, I guess if I can explain the difference from the one that was originally in your packet and this one is that this one has just been enhanced. There are a few more maps in it and whatnot that we thought would be helpful to make the points that are within the visioning study. We were very fortunate to be able to access the planning services of the planners from the Atlanta Regional Commission, the ARC, to help us develop this visioning study, along with Michelle McIntosh Ross from our staff. They really were the people who moved this study forward. And I'm very pleased to say that it was done at no cost to the city, so we're very pleased with that. Representing the ARC planning team here this evening is Andrew Smith, and he will give you a PowerPoint presentation in terms of the highlights of the visioning study. So, Andrew?
Thank you, everyone. I think Michelle is, it should already be open. You just have to put it in slideshow mode. But again, I just want to say thanks. I feel awkward with my back to Kathy, but I do want to say thanks to Kathy for allowing ARC to work with the city on this project. We feel like it's beneficial to reach out to all of our local governments and help them wherever we can, whether it's sort of inside our traditional scope of what we do at ARC as the regional planning agency, or sometimes if we can help on kind of an ad hoc basis, and that's sort of what we've done for this project. So again, this is a visioning study that we put together with the help of the city staff and a lot of other stakeholders and important members of the community. It relates to the Arnold Mill corridor, State Route 140. And let's just go through again. A lot of this was gone through at previous meetings, back in June at the workshop and in November at a follow-up meeting. So I'm going to try to breeze through a lot of the initial slides here. But again, this is part of what we at ARC, it falls under our planning assistance team concept, which is really trying to kind of reach out to local governments on an as-needed, or ad hoc basis, a little bit outside the more formal context of a lot of our other programs where we connect with local governments. So we put together plans. We try to convene people, get people around the table. In a lot of cases, these have to do with areas where you might have a lot of jurisdictions all coming together, which is definitely the case in this corridor, and that kind of ties into our mission as a regional commission. Just briefly, the city approached us last year, probably about a year ago, asking for assistance. They have been experiencing a lot of communications, a lot of phone calls, questions, a lot of interest from the development community within the city of Milton. I think that's been demonstrated, at least in some part, by the recent moratoria on certain types of rezonings. I think there's a lot of positive development happening in the housing market, especially in this part of the region. It's attributable, I think, to the great education system, a lot of high quality of life type things, and so they have kind of been experiencing a lot of communications with folks from the development community. Again, and this is touched on in other planning documents, but they wanted to kind of use ARC as a vehicle to get a lot of partners around the table from the state level in terms of the Georgia Department of Transportation, and also pulling in Fulton County water resources folks. There have been kind of different plans and ideas that have floated around about things changing in this part of North Fulton County. One of them that's planned in the pipeline is the Little River Treatment Plant, experiencing in the next few years here an upgrade in its capacity to treat sewage. And a possible widening of Arnold Mill Road that's been on the books at GDOT for a long time, but has a lot of issues with it and is sort of indefinitely, I would say, kind of asleep. We were able to kind of pull a lot of different folks together and try to get some accurate information from all these different parties so we can put together an appropriate plan for this corridor. And so part of what the city wanted to do, and this is outlined in their comprehensive plan that y'all have, is that Arnold Mill is a kind of a unique corridor. It's in a unique position on the edge of the city, and we want to get input from staff, from the community, from different other agencies and entities to try to structure a plan that is reflective of what the community wants. Back in June, we had a community meeting, and it kicked off a couple days of workshops, which was kind of like small group meetings for folks that own property in the corridor, planning staff from other jurisdictions like Alpharetta, Roswell, and Cherokee County, as well as just interested members of the public who kind of felt more comfortable talking in a smaller group setting. We brought back the findings from that June event in November, and then during that intermittent time, we had some meetings with, again, folks like GDOT, Fulton County Water Resources, as well as Waste Management, the company that owns the Chadwick Road landfill. So at that meeting, also, we got some more input from the folks who were there. Since then, we've gone back and forth with the planning staff, Kathy and Michelle. We have drafted a report, sent you an initial version last week, and then, as Kathy mentioned, refined it in certain ways, adding some more maps and a little more clarity on certain areas, and also just fixing some things that I noticed and that Kathy and Michelle noticed that just needed correction. And so that's, as Kathy mentioned, what the commission's going to have to look through and talk about next month. And so going forward, the Planning Commission and Design Review Board have the mandate to take a look at this, along with all their other things that they have going on. But if it gains traction and is accepted, then it would move up to where the council would adopt it either as part of the comp plan or just resolve to support the principles outlined in the study, something like that, and then the city would then kind of take custody of it and use it how they want to in the future. So again, just real briefly, at the June workshop, we just asked property owners, members of the community, to come out and kind of give us their thoughts, talked about current conditions, what the existing plans are that are on the books from the city, and just some very preliminary visions that we had kicked around from our own analysis of the corridor and our discussions with city staff. Got a lot of input from the attendees at that workshop on kind of their biggest issues and opportunities in the corridor. One of the specific areas was, growth and development, and if it happened, and if certain pressures caused it to happen in the long term, how could it look? How could it be shaped? That sort of thing. So again, this is just a real brief outline of the corridor. It's about 3 miles long. It extends from Cherokee County down to just about Green Road. As I said, you've got 3 different jurisdictions kind of all bordering this area: Cherokee County, Roswell, Alpharetta, and then the city of Milton. as it is now, and I'm sure a lot of you are, most of you are aware, it's kind of a rural, semi-rural corridor. A lot of fairly forested tracts, a lot of very large lot residential and kind of open road community type residential situations. A lot of historic resources, a lot of very old housing. There's a lot of structures from the 19th century, and a couple that survive, some remnants of others, and then a lot from the early 20th century. And I'll touch on this in just a bit. But it's a heavily traveled commuter route. It's a state route. It carries a lot of folks up and down, not just folks originating from Cherokee County, but folks going the other way for a lot of purposes. So. Kind of the existing vision as it is on the in the comprehensive plan with the city, the plan anticipates future growth and generally wants to channel growth to certain areas while using design codes and other tools to try to keep most of the community kind of in a rural or agricultural or low density residential situation. And so building off of that, some of the key principles in those planning documents, specifically for the Arnold Mill corridor, are the idea that you don't want to replicate a lot of the strip commercial type development that is present farther down the corridor in Roswell and that's available in other parts of the city of Milton. You want to try to preserve that rural character. And again, part of what it talks about in the plan is that you want to create some sort of master plan for this corridor because it has a lot of unique aspects to it. And so this study is kind of a starting point to try to document what we know, what are some alternatives, what are some visions, and kind of broadly collect all this information into one document. In terms of building off the plan, in terms of zoning, it's almost entirely agricultural. There's a couple of areas kind of at the northern end that are zoned for community business, as well as a higher density residential than what you can do on agricultural properties. In talking with all of our partners throughout this process, and especially getting some clarity from GDOT and making sure that everyone's on the same page in terms of public works here with the city and GDOT and the planning staff here with the city and our transportation folks at ARC, kind of determined that there's been a lot of kind of misunderstandings and some confusion circulating around what is going to happen with Arnold Mill Road in the future. And there's a couple of parallel related projects that I think it was good to kind of break out and try to understand. But the most near-term one that we can identify is a replacement of the bridge over the Little River. So that's basically a one-for-one replacement for safety purposes. It's supposed to be a two-lane bridge, and I know that there have been GDOT has reached out to the community here in Milton, in recent, probably the last several months, related to that project. Kind of related to that project. Actually, I'll skip ahead. Actually, I'll pause at water and sewer, but water and sewer is something that is not in the near term, but kind of the longer term. As I mentioned, there's almost non-existent sewer capacity or access in this entire corridor, and I think that's one of the things that has kept it fairly undeveloped until now. Fulton County Water Resources has in their capital plans a significant upgrade to the Little River Treatment Plant, which is actually in Cherokee County, but it services a wide swath of North Fulton County as well as some parts of Cherokee County and the city of Mountain Park as well. So their capacity to process sewage and treat sewage would be about double what it is today, and so with excess capacity in the long term, that being available, if there's future growth pressures that just come from this being a very desirable place to live and raise a family and that sort of thing, then there can be scenarios that you can envision where Fulton County just is responding to demand and may expand access, let's say even in neighboring cities like Roswell or Alpharetta or other areas that slowly, this corridor could be right next door to a place that is accessed by sewer service. And so that's kind of one of those things that takes a long time, but there's certain pressures that can kind of move that along. Even if the city has it as a policy that they don't want sewer service in the area, there could come a time, conceivably, where it'd be hard to kind of stem the tide of a lot of these growth pressures that hinge in some capacity on sewer. And so that's one thing that we tried to understand. They don't have any plans and they don't have any money to extend lines at any point in the future, even after 2017, when the upgrade is supposed to be complete to the treatment plant. And so, that's kind of the status of things today with them. Back to GDOT. There has been a plan for a long time to make Arnold Road into a 4-lane road with a median and bike lanes on both sides, and would significantly alter the character of the corridor. And so that's something that the city is concerned about and that a lot of residents very clearly were concerned about. Although, it can ease traffic congestion. So that's the flip side of the coin, and a lot of folks, complain rightfully so that the traffic congestion is very, very heavy on Arnold Road, especially during peak periods. But this 4-laning project is a very massive project, goes from way up in Cherokee County all the way down into Roswell, and there's just been no time where there's been agreement on the logical beginning and ending points for this project. There's no local money to pursue even a semblance of this project. So we had folks at GDOT essentially tell us, this project is kind of dead for now. It's asleep. It's not a high priority for the state. It's confined to the very, very long range, and was kind of their position on that. So it's something that's far in the background, but it is operating in that very long term, and in planning you want to try to get ahead of that wherever you can. So again, some of the key findings from the community were to try to preserve that rural character, preserve the natural beauty, preserve the historic resources, like I mentioned, avoid that kind of the big box and strip commercial type development that's available in a lot of other areas within a pretty close proximity to Milton, if not in the city of Milton. Another thing was not to just strip out the corridor with kind of the standard, medium density, large garage right up to the street, and not that sort of the cul-de-sac. If it's just a corridor full of cul-de-sacs, then obviously that's going to have traffic impacts, as well as significantly altering that character that people seem to value throughout this corridor. So, and then the Chadwick Road landfill is another thing that we wanted to look at in this study, because it is a huge piece of property at the very northern edge of the corridor. And so folks wanted to try to understand what it could be reused as in the future, because eventually, it will reach its capacity and will have to close. And Waste Management is open, and they've done so in a lot of other parts of the country, to converting that to something that the community could use. Again, and this is kind of the standard. If the entire corridor ends up with just small to medium-sized kind of cul-de-sac subdivisions, it could change the corridor in a lot of ways, not just from a traffic standpoint. So the recommendations in the study, as we saw it, were to again preserve those unique resources, kind of avoid the strip commercial and kind of intense office development that's present in these other parts of Milton, and those are some of the zoning categories associated with that. Kind of avoid some of the standard pod type subdivision development that is available in a lot of other parts of the city and this part of the county, and also to folks had a desire to communicate that they wanted to avoid the very dense kind of townhome or multifamily type situation, because that again creates traffic impacts and also kind of changes that rural character that you see in the corridor. And those are just some areas, other areas of the city, and some zoning categories that go with what people want to steer away from. Exploring TDR, it's a transfer development rights program that's active. It's up and running in the city of Milton. So explore using that, as well as things like conservation easements, to try to preserve as much of the corridor in a rural or very low density residential condition, is something that people were supportive of, and exploring some kind of form-based code or zoning overlay to apply to the corridor that would, make it so that there were very strong design controls and that sort of thing to try to create the type of design that the community wants and that's reflective of the historic character and the rural character of the corridor. So part of this is, instead of just kind of throwing your hands up and letting these long-term development pressures, take root, the city wants to, they've communicated they want to get ahead of that and try to plan for, if we want to keep this corridor mostly rural, then we want to channel development, if it comes, to a couple of, small hamlet or village type nodes or centers, as we called them in the report. And these would feature, some type of small street grid, so you wouldn't have people constantly having to turn in and out onto Arnold Mill itself just to access different areas. You have a turnoff, and then some sort of internal street grid within that node to kind of let people walk or bike or drive within that. Again, like I mentioned earlier, design standards is something that's important, and people wanted to focus on the form and how things look. We are at ARC are kind of have the bigger picture in mind. We're not designers where we're not architects, but we try to gather input from all these different sources and understand what people are looking for. They like, again, aligning with the character of the corridor, that kind of rustic farmhouse look, those types of materials, avoiding modern looking materials, glass, concrete, steel, a lot of that sort of thing, and incorporating environmental design features wherever it's possible to do so, and that has to do with stormwater management being an issue, and trying to create permeable surfaces that can handle storm events, but at the same time allow for development to take place. Rear-loaded parking is something that kind of creates this small kind of village situation. Height is obviously very concerning to people. Some people have felt that even just generally the heights in Crabapple, which is nearby, are too intense for this area. So even 3 stories, 4 stories is kind of too intense for what folks envision for these small centers. So 1, 1.5, maybe 2 stories. Kind of a mix of small scale uses. So not just residential, but just small scale community services. Restaurants, cleaners. Kind of basic, just unique shopping options and things like that. Some possible locations that kind of make sense in certain ways are the area of around Arnold Mill and Cox Road, in the area around kind of the old Chadwick community at the northern end of the corridor. The Cox Road, village, kind of makes sense. It has a historic precedent for having a mix of residential and non-residential uses there. There's education uses, there's Ebenezer Methodist Church, there's athletic complexes, there's the Georgia Golf Center there, as well as residential uses right in that area. So it has kind of that precedent in history, and as well as in zoning. I think it would take proactively saying, hey, this should be a center. As in terms of the Chadwick community, again, that has kind of the historic feel to it in terms of a variety of things that have historically been in that area, a lot of historic resources, and some capacity with it being far enough away from the southern end of the corridor and all the retail options that it won't create bottlenecks. It won't unnecessarily compete with anything that's at Cox Road or that's farther down the corridor, but could create some sort of unique experience that also ties into a gateway, welcoming people into the city of Milton. Folks have said that that's important, and that's also identified in the comp plan as an important thing. One thing to note about both these locations and a lot of the corridor is that you've got situations where one side of the road is Milton, the other side is Roswell, things like that, and so that obviously has to be taken into account. The city can only control what it can control, and but kind of documenting how the city feels about these potential places of activity in this way, and just continuing the coordination with folks like the city of Roswell can potentially create some synergies with their planning efforts and what they want to see in certain areas. And if they end up wanting to turn their backs, then that's that's a tough situation, but it's part of the fact that it's in a multi-jurisdictional area. But so these are just some brief shots, kind of the potential nodes, and here's the Chadwick one. So we didn't want to draw these on parcel lines because we wanted to try to be as inclusive as possible and kind of keep this very conceptual. This is kind of a conceptual aerial drawing of a denser hamlet or village type node. And then in between, in the more rural stretches, you're looking at things like large lot residential agriculture, open space, a lot of things that are already there. And then potentially the idea of conservation subdivisions, which Big Canoe, which is up in Dawson and straddles Dawson and Pickens counties, or Serenbe down in South Fulton County, are interesting uses where you have kind of a more spread out situation, but you have generally smaller lots than the private lot size is reduced a little bit, but the overall amount of green space and kind of community usable space is accentuated. Exploring some kind of hybrid of the two, and then in between these nodes, keeping it very truly rural or agricultural. And then in the plan, there are kind of these conceptual drawings of this is not a place on the corridor, but it could be. It's kind of representative of that, kind of a before and after, where you employ kind of a mixture of a compact hamlet and the conservation subdivision aspect. And here's just a different crossroads that kind of shows off that. But, folks can explore that. Explore a form-based overlay was another thing that is outlined in this report. Keeping it, the crabapple has a form-based overlay, but you want to calibrate any sort of form-based code in this corridor differently and make sure that it's appropriate to this corridor. Some of the much on the lower density end of the crabapple T-zone scale are certain areas where you could kind of create a new zone that's somewhere in intensity in between some of those lower density crabapple T-zones. And so I've laid it out for kind of the rural segments and then as well as the villages. So it's something that you could build off of to create new zones if you wanted to explore a form-based code. And then these are just kind of some snapshots of potential development that kind of gives a nod to the historic resources in the corridor and would fit in these kind of node situations. Transportation, it's got issues with volume and speed. You're talking about 19,000 cars. This is from a couple of years ago, but that's two-way. So that's on an average day of the year. I don't know what the split is, one way versus the other, but there's a lot of traffic going north in the afternoon, obviously a lot of traffic coming south in the morning, but even in the evening there's a lot of southbound traffic as well. And so instead of kind of waiting around for a widening project or working really, really hard to block something like that, I think it's outlined in the report as a prudent alternative would be to get ahead of this and work with GDOT proactively to say, hey, the city wants things that more respect the rural character of the corridor, and so you want to think about smaller fixes, maybe use a higher percentage of local funding to do things a little bit differently. If you're widening Arnold Mill into 4 lanes, then there's going to be corridors south of here that would need to be widened as well. So you might be stuck at a position where you just create a new bottleneck that you didn't already have before, or you make one worse. And the coordination with the jurisdictions on widening a whole bunch of other routes would be very difficult, time-consuming, and expensive. So we outlined some kind of key intersections along here that could be kind of tackled with or improved with just some more low cost, easier, more near-term solutions that just have to do with safety, things like dedicated turn lanes where possible, enhanced signage, caution lights, things like that. So not mega projects, and then trying to influence work with Public Works and GDOT to try to pursue this rural parkway aesthetic as much as possible. And then also, this is in the longer range and would cost more money, but exploring additional, cut-throughs so people don't have to zigzag for brief periods of time on Arnold Mill Road and add to the traffic congestions. But, extending Cox Road all the way through to New Providence would eliminate some people who turn on and clog up Arnold Mill just to then go and take a left on New Providence or vice versa. Same thing, there's not a road here again, but this is farther up near the power line easement, somehow connecting Arnold Mill and New Providence that way would alleviate some congestion and give people just more options for getting kind of east-west. Recreation, people talked about, it's very important, and they want to pursue these types of things in terms of recreation in the city of Milton, and they already, the city already has a robust Parks and Recreation program. But so a key piece of this corridor is the Chadwick Road landfill. This is kind of some of the background information. It's fairly inert compared to as far as landfills go. It's construction and demolition debris, but it's about a 100-acre site. It's got challenging terrain, surrounded by a lot of different, some neighborhoods and some more wooded homestead properties, as well as some historic resources. But that's a closer-end shot and kind of gives you the 3D aspect. And here's just a brief tour of the conditions on the site. So you've got a large landfill mound in the center, and then a lot of steep terrain down to the stream beds, especially around the northern side of the site. And so the closure, it's never, it's kind of in flux. Just it's based on the volume, and the recession has impacted the volume of waste that they've received. Right now, the projection is 5 to 8 years. But again, that's a projection. These are all the things that Waste Management would do to environmentally kind of close out the site when they're done with it, and then they would monitor it, and again, they're open, as they have been in a lot of cases around the country, to helping a local government or a buyer or some lessee, repurpose the site. And so just wrapping up real briefly, here are some of the possible uses that folks came up with during the community input sessions, but walking, hiking, and biking, sort of more passive activities, ranked, highly in the conversation. Potentially having this as a kind of central point for a future trail network that connects to a lot of different parts of the area, potentially connecting east over to Mill Springs to kind of explore any shared use possibilities, let's say for, cross-country biking, just nature activities, that sort of thing. Potentially connecting, with a pedestrian or bike bridge over to Cherokee County, or allowing more access down to that water resource for recreation. Scenic viewing at the top of the mountain, which is a very high point. And then exploring kind of these more nature preserve scenarios. You're limited to what you can plant. You can't plant, huge trees at the top of the landfill because they might disturb things underneath. And so you want to do that. But here's some potential, synergies with, the cooperative extension and things like that, or replanting declining native species that I know is a priority for a lot of places in the region. Botanical garden, working community garden, dog park ranked highly in the conversation, and yes, some kind of access for recreation to those water resources. So in terms of the recreation component, going forward, and the study talks about this, the city should kind of keep exploring its finances and what it could do in terms of a leasing arrangement. Buying a site like this would be hugely expensive, maybe not impossible, but engaging continually with the community and with groups like Milton Grows Green and other environmental groups about the appropriate mix of uses, and really putting together a firm plan as it gets closer to the closure with Waste Management and these other groups to try to determine the exact mix of uses and the design, taking into account things like terrain, the types of activities that people want, and the financial situation. And so that concludes that. I know that was a lot of words. I was trying to summarize everything that's in the draft plan, but at this point I'll be happy to take any questions that folks might have. And kind of going forward, the next step is, again, for y'all to keep reviewing the plan, offer feedback. We can revise it as necessary, and then, the city will kind of take it forward in terms of council and moving forward and adopting it in some way or another.
Have you had any interaction with Cherokee or with Roswell in
Both.
response to the results of this study?
Not in response to the results yet, since we kind of just wrapped it up, but the representatives from their planning staff of both of those cities and Alpharetta were involved in the June workshop. And so, generally they, especially on the Roswell side of things, want to kind of keep a fairly low-density residential situation going on that west side of Arnold Mill. And I think in some cases, they just don't want a lot of open conflicts with that. But they seem generally fine with what they heard and the conversations that were taking place that are echoed here. Alpharetta is in a more minor role just because they kind of touch the corridor down at the very bottom. Cherokee, as you approach the Fulton County line over the river, it doesn't sound like they have plans to suddenly, put in any mega developments or approve things that right on that side. But I know that farther out in Cherokee County, as they have been, they have goals. They have economic development goals that they want to achieve, and I don't know specifics about their plans. They didn't really go into that. They seemed very open and accepting of what was being said during that workshop, and it didn't sound again like they have any huge projects on the horizon that would conflict with this, and they seem generally supportive of it. I think they want to maintain a certain rural aspect to certain entry points, especially into Cherokee County, and as I understand it, kind of channel big growth to other parts of the county that are a little more easily accessible to the interstate. But as it stands now, you've got people that funnel from a wide swath of Cherokee County that use it as a commuter route.
The inconsistency with that, or some of the statements that you've made for me personally, is recognizing that the development communities doesn't necessarily engage what the community planners have been, and we've witnessed some of the development that's on our borders up in Cherokee in particular. That we can make all the best plans in the world, and they get blown up by the development plan, which is different than the community plan. With the reference to potential sewer capacity or not. The fact that Fulton County is going to develop it, and the fact that it's in Cherokee, I find that interesting. You wonder what
the plant is right just over the border, which is strange, but it's operated by Fulton County. So.
But it'd be interesting to see how that interaction goes. I mean, if you could put it right there, and it's part of the way that land basin works, and where the capacities or where the usage of the capacity is going to come from, it could potentially not be from us. It could be theoretically Cherokee.
That's true. That's all very true. I don't know that it's a reason to not plan in the corridor.
These are absolutely reasons to plan.
Right, exactly.
But with the caution that as good as our planning might be, it could all go out the window without some cooperation from them, which is really goes back to the purpose of my question in the first place, which is what kind of cooperation are we getting? What participation level have they had, and have they expressed it?
I think our goal here was to try to put together something that the city really supports and that the city can get behind, and then have the city kind of take ownership of that and move it forward and share that with folks like Roswell, Cherokee, and they can use us as a conduit because we work with those with planners in those jurisdictions all the time.
Good.
So we're totally open to continuing and helping be a conduit wherever we can. So
okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions from the Planning Commission or the?
Yeah, I have a question. I noticed in the presentation you had pictures of Mount Trashmore in Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Yes, and that is the name.
I've seen that, and actually it's very nice what they've done with it. And it seems to be widely used with the public in that area.
Yes.
Now, was that a waste management facility there, or was it somebody else?
I don't believe so. There's a couple in the new copy that you have now. There's some more resources in that appendix, and a couple of those are former waste management facilities, and so those are possible. What would they lease something like it for? What historically have they leased it to the city? I really don't know. I think that's part of their. They're a little bit guarded in some ways in talking about those details. I mean, they were very open to us touring the site and talking about plans and being open to helping the city, be kind of the lead person or entity that would take over the site. In terms of the, terms of leases and the actual financial burden, I think it probably varies a lot with the size of the site, the type of debris or waste that's there, any contamination issues that they've had in the past or might have, the capacity of the local government to actually lease it. So, but that would be a good thing to explore further, either in a future draft of this or just as the city kind of takes that process forward over the next 3 to 5 years to really work more closely with waste management.
I noticed in your presentation that they're responsible for monitoring that site for the next 30 years. Is that
Right.
true?
Yes.
Anybody else? Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time.
Well, hold on a second. Although this is not a public meeting, we will have 10 minutes as a courtesy to the public if they'd like to ask any questions or have any comments.
Sure.
So put like 10 minutes up.
Or see if the DRB has.
Or the DRB have any?
I'm sorry I started the meeting out by probably running over my time.
I only have one question for you. Sure. As far as the landfill site, it would seem to me that they would have very few choices of what they could do.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the terrain and how it's kind of wedged in there against, a riverbed, things like that, and hemmed in on a lot of sides by pre-existing development. It does limit things. Obviously, the clay cap and all that stuff, it limits what you can do in terms of the intensity of, athletic fields and digging giant trenches for light poles and stuff like that. You can't go too deep with those things. You can't plant trees on the top with too deep of root systems and stuff like that. But the community seemed to support a lot of the more passive kind of nature-oriented uses, and I think in a lot of cases those are ones that logically kind of make sense with the terrain and the other factors that I mentioned.
Is there any questions from the public or comments or? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew. The next visioning study that we would like to review with you this evening is the State Route 9 North Visioning Study. This study has been in the works for approximately a year, and we did this study in-house. By way of background information, which Michelle will get into more detail, if you remember, we had undertaken a Deerfield Livable Communities initiative study that was funded through the ARC, which was a major planning study for the Deerfield area. We had originally included this Route 9 North area that goes from Bethany Bend up to the Forsyth County boundary, but when we received the funding from ARC, they did not fund this part of the corridor. And we felt that we should go back and finish the study, so to speak, in terms of this extended area, which is what we have done. And Michelle is going to come up and give you the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Kathy, for the introduction. Okay, let's see. So today I'm going to give you a brief background to the project and some of the process that went into the visioning, go over some of the key findings, and then we'll discuss a little bit if you have any discussion, and then I'll talk about the next steps for both of these plans. This image is an image of the future development map that was published in the comprehensive plan in 2011, and it shows all of the areas in Milton that we felt were future development sites. Crabapple was described as a future development site, and it has a master plan that was recently done and followed by form-based code. The Birmingham area was also identified as a node with some development, and it also has a master plan associated with it. This whole Highway 9 Deerfield section was identified as an area for priority master planning, which is why, as Kathy explained, we applied for funding through the ARC LCI program to get a master plan done for this entire area. And then the Arnold Mill was also identified, and you just heard a presentation on the visioning plan that was done for it. So all of our areas that has been described as future development sites we're doing planning for those, and after all of these plans makes its way through, we should have all of these areas planned out. As Kathy mentioned, when we applied for the LCI funding, we only got funding for the lower portion of Highway 9 and the Deerfield area, south of Bethany Bend. And we did not get funding for the piece north of Bethany Bend to the Forsyth County line. This is the LCI study area that was done and completed in April of 2012. After the LCI was done, we moved forward and did a form-based code for the area that was within Milton's boundaries. And through the LCI plan, a project came out of that for the Bethany Bend intersection. I'll talk about that a little bit later. But through the LCI program, those areas are eligible for additional transportation funding. So, which is why we want to extend the LCI area north of Bethany Bend to the county line. And then our hope is that after we get this plan adopted, we can apply to have it as an extension of the LCI area, which would make it eligible for additional funding, as is the lower portion. Okay, so this is the study area that was proposed. We looked at areas north of the LCI area. So we started with Cogburn, Bethany Bend, and then went all the way north along Highway 9 to the Forsyth County line, taking in properties that were vacant, underdeveloped, had potential for redevelopment, etc. Areas that we felt would benefit from some sort of planning and eventual architectural standards and guidelines for the area. This Highway 9 area is a gateway to the city of Milton from Forsyth County line. So we really want to have some sort of a gateway signage, and as you move along Highway 9 through Milton, we want that corridor to look a certain way and look and represent the character of Milton, which is why we're planning for the area. Okay, a little bit about the visioning process. Back in 2013, we started with reaching out to the property owners along Highway 9 and Bethany Bend and all of the HOAs in the area, letting them know that we were going to start doing a planning study. And we organized some meetings. We had a community meeting. We held it at Crooked Creek for our first meeting, a community-wide meeting. We did a visual preference survey and some map exercises. We came back at the next meeting to show those results. And then, and I'll discuss a little bit later as well, when we looked at the results of the visual preference and the map exercises, there were some two areas that popped out that, as you say, wasn't exactly on the same page. So we figured we would have some additional meetings for those two areas, and we're calling those special treatment areas, special treatment area 1 and 2, and I'll discuss later. So we had those meetings between March and towards the end of the year in November. We came back and had a final meeting in November with a community-wide meeting. This shows the visual preference and the map exercise that we did. These were some of the high-scoring pictures for housing, townhouse, mixed-use type, retail, and office. So this is the look that the community wanted to see along 9 and to fill in some of those vacant parcels along 9. And we had a map of the study area on tables for groups to put the pictures on to the map so that they could give us what they felt some of these parcels in the study area should have eventually developed on those parcels. So that's how that exercise went. So in general, the findings was that the areas along Highway 9 in the study area should be a low-scale, two-story type development. We're looking for a mix of uses, office, residential, and some retail. The building should address the street, and of course this is all within the context of the State Route 9 project widening from by GDOT, which, by the way, will begin their meetings in May of this year, so stay tuned. Anyway, getting back, we would like the buildings to address the street. Of course, there'll be enhancements of sidewalk and bicycle lanes, etc., with that project. Increasing walkability along the state route. And also we want the character, the architectural character to have the Milton look. So we are suggesting certain character types in this vision plan, as well as we're hoping that moving forward we would implement form-based code, which has been implemented south of Bethany Bend. Also, as I mentioned, the State Route 9, as you enter Milton from Forsyth County, we have some designs for a gateway sign along the state route. This is a little bit more detail about those special treatment areas. We have a special treatment area, number 1, which is Bethany Bend, Cogburn area, and special treatment area number 2, which is the parcels that front Highway 9 at 5 Acre Road. Now, both of these areas, we had a series of meetings where we had a facilitator, Dr. Elliott, to come in and manage these meetings with each of the groups to identify the issues that they had, as well as address the problems, and then to reach consensus of the options for those sites. And I'll go into the 2 areas. So I'll start with special treatment area number 1, which is the Bethany Cogburn site, which I'll just flip back here. The pink area, which is along Bethany Bend. And this area actually had an application for rezoning that came in during the planning process. So the developer was present at the meetings and discussed with the group the plans that he had. Based on the feedback from the group, several iterations were brought back, changing the design, even changing the use. One of the original uses was institutional, and then that got changed, and the final product ended up being single-family homes. So a final plan was presented. The community incorporated a list of conditions. Those went to the city council, and the rezoning was passed for 27 homes in December of 2013. And all of the notes from these meetings and the plans would all be documented in the rezoning, and the notes are located in the appendix of the plan. For the 5 Acres Road, there was no preconceived plans for this area. So we had the property owners of the parcels that fronted Highway 9 come in with other interested members of the community to sort of discuss what the acceptable and unacceptable uses would be. A list is in a table is presented in the plan. One of the concerns, of course, was the architectural style and what that would look like in front of the 5 Acre Estates subdivision. So that was discussed. And as you can see in the image at the top, the style, the feedback we heard was that it should really resemble housing. So even if this were to be office or retail or something else, the style should be consistent with the image at the top. Also, we went into a lot of details with buffers and plantings. As you can see in the picture below, there's heavy screening. All you could see are trees because the community felt like the entrance to 5 Acres Estate you should not be able to see those uses if they were to be something other than single-family homes. So that would be an example of the screening for those uses. We also have an example of a sort of a monument sign that would indicate the residential subdivision. This is just an example. When and if these parcels were to develop, some more discussion would be had as far as what that sign would look like. We also talked about ingress and egress. It was felt that if these parcels were to be developed as something other than residential, that the entrance to those parcels would have to be off of the State Route 9, and you would not be able to get access to those parcels through 5 Acres Road. So those were some of the stipulations that are in the plan and, of course, in the notes in the appendix from the meetings. That concludes the presentation, highlighting the major points, and I'm here for questions.
So Michelle, there's no funding for next steps, right?
Funding for the...
There's no funding for next steps in terms of the re-engagement of the community or the development community. I mean, these are the conclusions, but there's nothing definitive that's written at this point that allows anybody to go forward, right?
With, you mean like a development, or what
Yeah,
do you mean?
I mean, the visioning study's done.
Mm-hmm.
We know that there was some compromise that was reached. There's still some controversy in the mix of it, and we've put together this conclusion that I think is a nice blend of that.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'll just ask the question in a simpler way. What is the next step?
Well, the next step, well, as you know, I mean, just to back up a little bit, for the highway, for the Bethany Bend section, that has been rezoned and moved forward. And for the general area, that's at consensus as well as the 5 Acres section. The discussion was that, with the stipulations that it would be okay. Now, the next steps would be we would move forward with trying to implement a form-based code is what we envision would be the next step on that, so that there would be a regulated plan that would govern any development that were to come into the area.
With a re-engagement of the community, or that's just a city process?
No. We would have a re-engagement of the community.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Stakeholder groups?
Yeah.
Great.
If I can just add to that, Paul, that's essentially the process that we've used for Crabapple and for Deerfield, where we first went in and did the master plan. And then once the master plan was approved through the Planning Commission, City Council, we then went back in and did an overlay zone. And that overlay zone had the same public process.
So I endorsed the process. I just didn't realize it wasn't definitive for me that is the next step.
Yes, and that's the next step. And we will capture the agreements of the 2 special treatment areas. They're captured within the visioning plan, but when we do the rezoning, the buffer requirements, the landscaping, the architecture will all be memorialized, so to speak, as part of that form-based code. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and you just jumped me with the next steps, because my next slide is the next steps, and at the bottom of the slide it says that the potential form-based code overlay process will have public information meetings, Planning Commission, City Council.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from Planning Commission, Design Board?
What happens if somebody comes in and wants to
develop one of those lots now.
You speaking about a specific lot, or?
Well, one that we've seen already. We've already had one developer come in and want to put houses on one of those lots right behind the CVS. So, I mean, what?
Yeah, if they come in before we get through the form-based code, then we would just have to take it as that, use the visioning plan, interpret it, and council will decide if they want to move forward at that point with approving something or waiting.
Okay.
So it will be on the council.
Zoning,
Yeah.
It froze. How long it froze?
For, that's point map on 10.5.
yeah. Just a question. Okay, Michelle, just a question on page 9. There's the future land use map that you had. There's one area, if I look from what was there previously to future land use, we had kind of community business office. It's actually the property right next to CVS that the company came in and wanted to build homes on. My understanding, this is showing low-density residential. I was involved in some of these meetings because I actually live in this area. So my understanding, I think we wanted to keep that kind of office, retail, sort of.
So you're on page 9, you said?
Yeah.
And the property is north of CVS?
Yes. That on the future land use map, you've got it low-density residential.
No, it shows mixed use. The purple?
It's in yellow.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, let me see.
Well, the purple.
Which map is she?
She's right here. Laura, if I might, this is the existing future land use map, and what we would do is if this new plan was approved, we would modify this land use map that was done. When was this done? In 2000?
Yeah, this was in 2010.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, so
Okay.
this is the existing one. It's old, and so this is one of the reasons we're doing this is to update this. Okay.
I was confused. I was looking at
Okay,
one.
yeah, and yeah, the site that you're speaking of, it is purple, but yeah, I see what you're saying. North of it has the thing, but yeah, that's why we're doing the plan, because on the future development map is where we identify this area as needing a master plan in order to identify the changes for the parcels.
Okay, got it. I just thought these were recommended changes.
Okay, sorry, no. Well, maybe I need to make a note. So any confusion we need to clear up in the text, so.
Right.
Any other questions? Any questions from the public?
Should I go through it? Oh, yes. Okay. Okay, so yeah, during the meetings, we heard both sides. Some folks felt like you did, and other folks felt that a traffic light was needed. Like I said, GDOT is going to start its design phase later this year, possibly in May. So do come out for those. Those are the folks who would actually install a light. So make those concerns, and of course they would make a determination about the safety and what was needed and so on. So we just wanted to put it on the radar based on some of the comments we had heard, but the final analysis will be done by GDOT.
Gentlemen, my name is Brad Sanderson, and I live on the corner of 5 Acre Road and Highway 9. And not to be redundant, but as a point of emphasis, I wanted to address the board regarding the matter at hand, and this specifically deals with special area number 2. After meetings with community input and mediation, as Michelle has mentioned, consensus was reached regarding the use of the 8 acres fronting Highway 9 that is designated as special area number 2 within the City of Milton's vision study. I live on approximately 2 acres of the previously mentioned 8 acres, and as an outcome of these community meetings, permitted use, non-permitted use, restrictions, and buffers governing the use of this property were established and agreed upon by the participants of the meetings. My wife and I strongly feel that these guidelines, uses, and restrictions should not become more restrictive, should not become more restrictive because of the restriction would erode even more the viability and variability of the use of the property, directly affecting the marketable value of our property. And that's it. I thank you for the opportunity, and I hope you'll take these comments under advisement. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Sir?
Hi, my name is Billy Carmen. I live at 340 5 Acre Road, and my main concern is the special treatment area 2 as well. I've been involved in the planning of this since the beginning. I was one of the people first involved in it. We met, and personally, I feel that the houses. I mean, there's four lots that are involved in this area. 2 have residential homes on them, and 2 are vacant. And then it comes back to the area as well down near CVS, where they're trying to take residential or commercial and make it residential. And now, a half a mile up the road, they want to take 4 lots out of our subdivision and change it into office space and commercial. I think the area below 5 Acre Road there's plenty of commercial property there for people. This development was developed in 1978, and those 4 lots were part of 5 Acre Estates and are still part of 5 Acre Estates zoned R2. And I would like to see it stay that way, if at all possible.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so I have one more slide right here. Next steps for both of the plans. Let's see, we're here with the draft vision documents for both of the plans at the work session with Design Review Board. Next, we will take edits, comments from this meeting and bring an edited version back to the April 23rd meeting, Planning Commission. Of course, the public is also welcome to attend to that one as well. At that meeting, it would be an official meeting where Planning Commission would make a recommendation to Council Then if that goes as planned, or if the recommendation does go through to move the plan forward, then council will see it at its work session on May 12th at 6 p.m. here. And then at that meeting, no action will be taken. It's just a work session. But it will move forward to the regular council meeting on Monday, May 19th, which at that point, council would make a recommendation on the plans, both of them. So that's it. Questions?
Robin, are we saying that by the next meeting, the planning commission is to, at that meeting, set and review two major visioning study and vote on it at one time on April the 23rd?
That's the plan. I mean, it's
I think it, but personally, I think it's not feasible.
I mean, that's your prerogative, and if you want to just handle one at a time, we can do that. If we don't, depending on what happens with the rest of the text amendments tonight, we just have one rezoning, which is the Acaro that's supposed to come back. There's a small possibility that there won't really be a vote on it. They're looking at redesigning it. So it's definitely up to the board here what you want to do.
Okay. Well, this is just a work session. I don't think we need to decide that
Yeah,
in a
right.
work session. But I think when
Just comment.
I would encourage us to have that discussion when we have our regular meeting, which is next.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you can close up the work session.
Okay, we'll close out the work
Unless there's any
session.
additional public comments. Okay, great, that's closed.
Closed at 8:15.
All right.
So right now, the work session for these two items are concluded. If you would like to stay for an exciting meeting with text amendments, you're more than welcome to stay. We'll take a couple-minute break.
Sure. Okay.
One step ahead of you.
Right. Right. I've done that too. Right.
Watching basketball. And then I had 3 hours.
Right. No way. I mean, the work that we
I have more things that than I have. I don't.
Right. No, that's exactly what I was saying. I mean, we have to go through this. I mean,
no, it's a vision study. And a vision study then captures the mood of what was discussed in the stakeholder meetings and staff meetings, interaction
it's
with
not-
whatever. It's not
definitive.
Yeah. So I think there's a whole lot more to it. Yeah, sure. I would. Is it something that staff should have?
Staff has it, but I don't know whether you do.
Okay.
Because it's a difference of the state attorney told
Do both exist today?
And the state legislature passed a law around 1996. I would just like to you to read these documents.
Yeah, sure.
Just be aware of it.
Yeah, we were just talking about the process. And we want to make sure that the community feels like they know what they're about.
I mean, it looked like everything got deferred or whatever, or they removed their stuff or whatever.
I'll expound on it later, but it's very long and drawn out. We had a guest speaker.
Really?
I'll tell you that when we did the 2025 action plan back in 2010, Fred and I were both involved in that. We remember those lots well. And there's a reason that we kept them AG1 residential.
Are you running for something?
Are
you running for something?
Yeah, I believe so.
I'm always running for something.
From?
Yeah.
What's that? Yeah, running for office, though? Are you trying to get some position?
Well, we'll take a look.
Either one of you?
Yeah.
Happy to
I'm
take a look.
aware of. I think I might get a nomination.
They sent the homeowners, and everybody in here, including Reese, was telling me it's AG. I said, no, it isn't. And here are all the covenants and the conditions. And I thought, well,
And what do you nominate to be chairman of it?
Right. Right.
and meanwhile, I got
Who
raised
asked
to
you?
400 and I
Bill
couldn't
asked.
go to any of the meetings.
Do you want to do it? Yeah? Now, and what do you do up there at your crabapple group?
That's more of a community organizational group where we do the Crabapple Arts and Antiques Festival.
Yeah.
That's what kind of is in charge of with the city. So we do that. We do the July 4th parade. We do Christmas and Crabapple. We do all that stuff. So I'm ready to get out. I mean, I've done it before. This will be my third year. And
Such a
trying to
diverse.
find
Well, it's such a hodgepodge already.
room, take it over. You know, having 3 kids now, it's kind of taking a lot of
Events coordinator is not on the
yeah,
agenda?
yeah. I mean, it's fun because my wife owns a business in Crabapple. So I mean, it was fun, but now I just need to. The whole goal is to get different leadership to move on.
Yeah, get somebody to step up and do it.
That's pretty
Good luck
hard.
with that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
I think I've told them this is going to be my last year, so we'll see.
Well, you know what? Sometimes that's what it takes when you walk out.
I know.
Somebody steps in.
I know.
It's like any club that's ever been. They just usually,
Right.
some guy says, all right, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, it's like you never left.
Exactly.
You want to make this
So,
part
I think they're worried that the city's going to take
Lake
over.
County, we have
Yeah.
a lot out there.
You know, we don't have any leadership or so. You know what? You can only do so much. I have a house in Blue Ridge.
Well, they're moving the city hall in there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it pretty much is going to be a city.
You got it all.
Oh yeah.
Maybe not this 6 months, or maybe
Yeah.
not the next
It's gonna
1
be-
year.
It's
But
gonna be
at some
nice.
point, it's going to go, wow.
They are doing it very well down. I mean, everything's there's no commercial left as far as spaces. Everything's pretty much leased out. Development's coming. Well, I'm looking forward to it, but I actually just moved down there because I wanted to get away a little bit.
Yeah.
But still be there.
I'm going to move in there. It's on our
You are?
list.
You are? Well, Ashton Woods, they're just building this nice, the new form-based code Ashton Woods homes. It's going to be very nice.
Yeah, we've been toying with it for 3 years.
Plan ahead.
And we just bought a place a year and a half ago and remodeled it, and we're almost done.
Right.
And it could be sold as soon as this summer.
Oh, good. There you go.
We're just waiting on the right one to kind of. I couldn't talk to my wife. I had a couple picked out, and I couldn't talk to her.
Right. Yeah.
She just wasn't ready, but now she's ready.
There you go.
And so we're in there. You know the part that's around the lake?
Yeah, I know exactly what it is. Oh, yeah.
We were almost
That
in
was
one of
the
those.
subdivision. I just moved from there.
I mean, we were the ones they built
Yeah.
that are kind of 3-story because the basement level
Right.
opens onto the road.
Right.
Well, her mother-in-law needs to be living with us, and she could have lived downstairs.
Okay. So you're talking about the basement lots that face
The lake.
Yeah, but there's
She
like
could have
none for
driven there
sale.
and
These
parked.
things are easy, just like
No,
rubber stamps.
we could have bought
Just move
one
on.
that was not
Oh,
built.
yeah.
So it was dirt.
Oh yeah.
We could have bought the dirt and had it put in.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't. I was like,
Paul will
Suzanne,
want to.
But we did it already.
Trust me,
No,
2
why
years
we
from
gonna
now,
do-
you're
let's
gonna
go over
wish
the
you
edits.
had.
I read the edits.
Now we're 2
And
years
they
into
look,
it.
like- and I checked it.
It's a hot
They're
thing. I
matched
sold
them
my
all.
house. I'm in that neighbor
So
sold my house.
why are we gonna do it again?
In about a month and a half.
No.
My neighbor sold her house in like
So when we elect you
2
commissioners,
weeks.
We're gonna get
then you
one.
just
It's, I
stick
mean,
to
now,
If you miss anything,
goes
the
through
city
there twice a
council
week.
still has
Yes.
a chance
Takes a
to
lap.
fix it, and they probably will.
you know,
Yeah.
so that next time there's a sign,
Yep, looks good.
I can be in there.
Hey, that's what we did. I went over
Chris
the
over
edits.
here.
I didn't go over the whole thing again.
I only saw a couple minor changes. I mean, nothing crazy. But
You're talking about that?
up there.
Paul said he had peaks.
I have some,
Now, there was one out from Pennsylvania.
I'm kind
and
of
they
late
had
to the
one,
party, but I got
and,
some
they
issues with
built
that
soccer
thing.
fields all there. And, I mean, it was.
I saw a couple
It was really
typos,
Yeah.
and that was about it, and maybe a couple clarifications, but.
And what's your business?
Yep.
You're Chris, right?
Yes.
No, what's your business?
I just won't wait. I'll wait for them to get back.
They're in the
to me.
bathroom.
I'm staying home.
Yeah, stay at home mom, dad?
Yeah.
That's kind of good.
I'm glad because I was about ready to
Good
just
job if
leave
you
and
can
go to the
get that
bathroom.
job.
I was-
Yeah.
Sometimes. not
Oh,
always.
by the way, I have your coffee. We got wrong coffees, so you're gonna be up all night. That's the decaf.
Oh, that's okay.
So-
I like it.
Oh, okay.
So you got the crafty coffee.
Yeah, but hey,
Is there other coffee?
I know.
Is there more coffee here?
I bring coffee to Robin every meeting.
Yeah.
I'll bring your
Wow.
coffee.
I see how it is now.
Hey, you give me an order, I'll bring it.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, I'm usually dashing out of the house at the last minute.
Tell Gary
Yeah.
when he's elected chairperson
Exactly.
to limit comment. Now, do you want to?
What's your wife's store?
Just for giggles.
Just for giggles?
It's right there next to like sipping cans. And
Oh, yeah, yeah.
it's right. It's on a corner, a little
Yeah.
art studio.
And they just opened another place,
And,
a pizza place in there.
They did.
Yeah, and they seem to be doing pretty well.
It's good. It's-
Knock on wood.
It is good. They're not
The only thing I
kid
got
friendly
about
yet.
is I
I
still
think they
don't
will be
have a
kid friendly just because the whole
height.
area. Like, so it's like $50. It's like
Well,
50,
that's
60
not
bucks. We're gonna get pizza,
starting
appetizer,
something.
wine or something. So they try to want it to be more to adults. But if I'm gonna go out with my wife, I'll
line by
probably
line.
do something else. So I think if they make it more, they didn't have a kids menu when I went. Because that's just, I mean, to be at a restaurant like there, you have to be kids. Otherwise, that's
I
kind
mean,
of.
I just read about it. It's the guy that, they took the guy that was making the pizzas at that Campagna
Yep,
or whatever,
uh-huh.
and he moved up there.
Yep.
So what I'm curious to see what happens with that Campagna.
I mean, but the pizza, I like a bunch of meat and stuff on my pizza, so it's just like little dabs here. It's like, man, I gotta eat 3 of these pizzas.
Well, you eat before you go.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
Oh, you snack.
Exactly.
Eat a bag of Doritos going in the door.
Exactly.
Going already.
Place
Yeah.
and then go over there.
Exactly.
Dessert pizza.
Go to the rib shack. Get you a rib sandwich on the way in. And then you're there. You can sip a glass of wine and eat some finger food.
That way we cut down.
Rock and roll.
But you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
That's just,
Yeah.
so I think that's the way to do it.
I wasn't sure this one.
They have copies. That'll cut down on the time.
They do. It's rock and roll.
I hate going down the street. I'm not a big
Okay.
Oh, we aren't on the show now,
We didn't say something bad. You didn't swear. I mean,
that would be the first time.
I'm just saying you didn't swear this time.
Ready to get started?
The only question I still have.
Okay, I'd like to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Call this to start at 8:25. This is a regular meeting of the City of Milton Planning Commission. I am Mark Bittner, Vice Chairperson. This is a 7-member commission appointed by the City of Milton Mayor and City Council, created for the purpose of holding public hearings and making recommendations on rezoning, use permits, concurrence variation applications, comprehensive land use plan and plan map, and other related plans amendments to the zoning ordinance. And to my left, the board members are Fred Edwards, Paul Moore, Gary L. Burchett, Chris Doty, Noel Carpenter, and Peyton Jamison. The petitions will be heard in the sequence listed on the posted agenda. I would like to acquaint you with some of the rules and procedures conducting this meeting. The applicant and all those speaking in support of an application will be allowed a total of 10 minutes. To present the petition, the applicant may choose to save some of the time for rebuttal following the presentation by the opposition. The opposition will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present its position. If time remains, the opposition will be allowed to rebut. Since the burden of proof is upon the applicant will be allowed to make closing remarks, provided time remains within the allotted time. The staff of the Community Development Department will be keeping track of time and will inform you periodically of the remaining time for your presentation. Each speaker must fill out a speaker card before speaking and leave it with a staff member of the Community Development Department. All speakers will identify themselves by name, address, organization, if applicable, before beginning their presentation. When an opponent of a rezoning action has been made within 2 years immediately preceding the following of the rezoning action being opposed, campaign contributions aggregating $250 or more to a local government official of the local government which will consider the application, it shall be the duty of the applicant to file a disclosure with the governing authority of the respective local government at least 5 days prior to the Planning Commission meeting. A violation of the relevant state statute constitutes a misdemeanor. Therefore, if you have contributed $250 or more to a council member and you have not filed a disclosure prior to the Planning Commission meeting, the city attorney strongly suggests that you have someone else speak for your point of view. Each application has been properly filed with the Department of Community Development. Signs have been posted on each site. The matter has been advertised, and the notices have been mailed to property owners affected by this zoning as required by Milton City zoning ordinance. The Planning Commission's recommendation will be forwarded to the City of Milton Mayor, City Council for final disposition. The Mayor and City Council hearing will be held approximately 3.5 weeks from this hearing on the third Monday of each month at 6 p.m. in the council chambers. The Community Development Department has reviewed each application in conjunction with various agencies and departments, both internal and external to the city. Staff's recommendations, findings, and conclusions are here before us in written form, which has been made available to all petitioners and to the public. Demonstration of any sort within chamber is prohibited, so please refrain from any applause, dialogue with the person speaking, or outburst. Please turn off all your cell phones or place them on silent. All remarks will be addressed by the Planning Commission. Please show the same respect to the person speaking that you will expect to receive yourself. In addition, the applicant shall not submit material to the Planning Commission during the meeting unless requested to do so by the Commission. All material that you wish to be reviewed by the Commission in consideration for your application should be submitted to the staff of the Community Development Department to be included in a normal distribution of packages to the Commission. Finally, to the applicant, if your petition is deferred in accordance with the Milton zoning ordinance, you are required to update or obtain a new sign for reposting. Failure to update or repost will result in further delay. There are no exceptions. And do we have any general public comment about, I guess, anything that's not on the agenda tonight? Open
I
floor.
don't have any general public comment, no, sir.
Okay.
I move we close public comment.
Second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, the next item is the approval of action minutes from February 26, 2014. I'm a year behind, sorry. And changes of,
Nope. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as written.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
so the next item will be the election of officers, and Kathy Field will lead that.
Yes,
Actually,
thank
before-
you.
Before we do that, Kathy, can I make a comment for the record?
Of course.
Just, we don't have the benefit of Terry Herr here this evening, and just wanted to thank him for his service that he gave to us in the Planning Commission. I think he led us well as the chairman, and it's unfortunate he's not here to receive the accolades I would have liked to have given to him personally before his departure from our team. But Terry served the city for a long time in a variety of capacities, and we know he and his family are moving to continue their life plan with the next stage of their lives. But we'll miss him here, and do appreciate what he was doing. And in the same breath, I'd also like to welcome Noel Carpenter. We take this job real seriously, and it's good to have a full staff, and we look forward to Noel's contribution that he's very capable of making. So welcome. Noel.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Ken.
Okay, at this time, I would like to call for nominations for the position of Chair of Planning Commission. Yes.
I'd like to nominate Peyton Jamison for chair.
I'll second that.
Are there any other nominations for the position of Chair? At this time, I would like to call the question to have Peyton Jamison fill the position of Chair of the Planning Commission. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to accept nominations for the position of Vice Chair for the Planning Commission. Who do you need? Yes, Peyton?
I'll nominate Paul Moore.
I'll second that.
Are there any other nominations? At this time, I'd like to call the question in terms of asking Paul Moore to serve as the Vice Chair for the Planning Commission. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Robin. First item.
I'll trade chairs.
We're good for now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Should we be better, Tim?
Why don't you get some switch?
just push him over there.
Formality.
So the first item that we have on our agenda is one of the deferred items. It's RZ 13-22 to amend Chapter 64, Article 7, Division 6 of the Northwest Fulton Overlay District.
So what I was thinking was we usually have 10 minutes for the applicant and 10 minutes for the opposition on a rezoning. I was thinking if we could do maybe just 20 minutes to have public hearing on this, on each one. Is there a lot of people that's here to speak, Robin?
I have one card, but I think there's some more cards floating out there. Anybody else?
Or we can limit it to 10 minutes.
Any of the items? I can get the card.
Public comment? Yeah, on each one of these, I guess. Before we start, before we start the deliberation, if there's any comment on that?
Yeah, so you can.
Yeah. So we can start with 10 minutes, or, yeah. 10 minutes on each
So,
side.
Jeff, you're up. So the first item is the Northwest Overlay, so whatever comments you have on that one.
Just on that one?
Yeah, just that one only. We'll bring you back up for subsequent ones if you want to.
My name is Jeff Runner. I live at 13895 Hopewell Road. I'll cut right to the chase. I would like to see you do away totally with the overlay, rework the whole thing in its entirety. It says we want to keep the rural look. We want to preserve, make it an individual, or keep the individuality and the uniqueness of the rural look. But everything in here puts everything in a pigeonhole. Tells you the type of windows, the type of building material, the size of the windows, the size of the roof, the pitch of the roof, the size that your buildings can be. It even goes down to the color. So all of our buildings are going to look the same. If we really want the rural look, we need to let the individuals that live out in the rural area build what they'd like to build there, within certain guidelines. This body should be determining, and the government in general should be determining, what areas should be for agricultural, what areas should be for commercial, and then let the individuals who are actually spending the money building the buildings build what would fit into those areas. I own the big yellow horse farm on Hopewell Road. I wouldn't be able to build it under these guidelines. When I built it, it didn't fall under the guidelines because it was a residential land use. Under these new guidelines, I wouldn't be able to build the barn. It's as rural as they come. It's a barn. It's a horse barn. But architecturally, it fits. It's a little too large. The arena's way too large. I don't have enough windows in front. I'm too far from the road. They want me to build it 20 feet off the road. Who wants a horse barn 20 feet off the road? Who wants anything 20 feet off the road? If you're driving on a road, you want to drive on a road where something's only 20 feet off the road. You know, if we want that, let's go all move down to Atlanta. Let's keep the rural use. But more importantly, let's give the owners of the property some input. There's no room for the owner to have any input into what we're building on our own properties. And so I propose that you recommend to the city council that they do away with the overlay. Thanks.
And just a reminder, if everybody can move up to your mics, because I think people are having a problem listening. I think they're okay on these mics, but for you all to make sure you're talking to those mics. Anybody else want to speak on this item?
I guess my question before I officially addressed you guys was whether or not you were going to have a discussion as staff. I know that the last time there was a discussion from staff, because obviously this is a pretty comprehensive document, so I didn't know the order of your meeting. I wasn't quite sure.
We were going to do kind of what we did last time. I was assuming we were going to go page by page and make edits as necessary that I think that you probably should have. And then we will make a motion. We'll have discussion with staff, and then someone will make a motion at that time on.
And so I guess just with that, depending on how that process, I'm happy to make comments at the front end. Just be aware that the community only received this as recently as Friday night, and it hasn't been broadly advertised, if you will. So I guess there would be two thoughts, is that one, I'm happy to make some comments at the front end, but I would want to reserve the opportunity to address this board or commission after you've had dialogue and after we've heard from staff, because there may be some commentary that comes out of your conversation that the public would want to be able to respond to. So it's obviously up to you how you'd like me to.
I think that's fair enough, but I would also say I would go ahead and say whatever you would like to say now while you have the opportunity.
And then we would have the opportunity following your comment.
I think we would allow a brief period.
Okay, because again,
If the
there could be
commission so
commentary
allows.
from staff that we'd need to.
Yeah, it would just be, it would be a to be determined moment. So that's why I'm thinking while you have the opportunity now, I'd go ahead
Okay.
and do it.
Let me get my documentation.
Okay. All right.
And Robin, to address your point in terms of order, I'm just addressing at this point the overlay itself, correct?
Correct. This is
Correct.
just the Northwest overlay, and so the goal is to keep it to 20 minutes, so you have 18 minutes. As far as I know, I have no other comment cards, so.
So don't start the clock yet. Please.
Maybe 20 minutes total.
Yeah, when we discussed it, we kind of changed it to 10. I mean, that was the we at first was 20,
Oh,
and then we
okay.
discussed
I'm
it and
sorry,
said
to
10. Yeah.
Okay.
And again, my only comment would be that after discussion, again, it's a pretty exhaustive document, so hopefully there's an opportunity for us to address any discussion before there's a vote, because it's hard to know what you guys are going to discuss if we haven't heard you just talk about it. Okay, my name is, are we ready? My name is Julie Zonner Bailey, and I live at 255 Hickory Flat Road in Milton, Georgia, 3004, and I sure appreciate the opportunity to address the Planning Commission and staff. I guess a couple just global comments. The first would be that this in combination with the other documents before you this evening, pretty exhaustive, pretty involved documentation. And so as you go through this, just one thought would be whether or not more time is needed to address the complexity of some of these items. So that's just one comment for your consideration. The second is that, and I mentioned for the record that these documents, I know that I couldn't access the documents until as recently as Friday evening, and so just from, as a matter of record, there's a number of business days. Today's Wednesday, and that really only gave the community Monday and Tuesday in advance of tonight's meeting. So again, it's pretty broad information within these text amendments, pretty important, impacts a large amount of our community. So I would just ask for your consideration as it relates to what's all involved. Just going back to the specific areas, one that continues to be a concern, but I think staff has already addressed this. You as a commission, the last time you were dealing with this for the first time, demolition, and I would just say for the record that I surely concur, as do many of the community, that the demolition permits still do need to remain with the Design Review Board, and we would ask that that continue to remain in place. I know that staff added that back in. One question with that is that whether or not the city architect would also be involved, not just at the design review board, but that the city architect would perhaps review any demolition permits even before those came to the design review board. And of course, the premise of keeping that involved is so that the public has awareness about potential demolition of historic structures. Concern remains with, so item 2, concern remains with accessory structures. There was some discussion on this, and I'd like to just mention that there's great concern within the community about removing accessory structures in totality. Accessory structures can be large, they can be big. You can have an accessory structure, but accessory structures aren't defined based on size. And so if the intent is to make sure that things are appropriate for an agricultural rural environment, as has been the case all along, accessory structures were always part of that review process, and certain standards needed to remain in place to ensure that accessory structures were addressed. So there's some great concern with that, because you could have an accessory structure that's 80,000 square feet. That large structure suddenly has tremendous impact. So to remove that in its entirety would be a concern. So I ask for your consideration with regards to that. Agricultural uses. It was unclear to some of us when we looked at it. There's a chart on page 4 of 44, and it references specific uses. Some of those uses, we're not recalling when those might have been added to the document. And I'm not sure how those reconcile to a permitted uses document that will be before you after this item. And so I don't know that we want to use this 10 minutes to reconcile that, but for the record, the question is that on page 4, the agricultural uses that are noted, including the artist studio, I know that that's a later item, equine garment fabrication as an example. I don't know at what point that may have been added, or if this is the first time that that's been added. Staff can, of course, address that as you give rise to that question. But an equine garment fabrication, based on the definition within this, that could be a manufacturing facility. I understand that it could be small, but without parameters, it could become a manufacturing facility that would really be more commensurate with something that belongs in a C2 or an industrial area. So I think we need to be quite cautious with how we add allowable uses unless we have those defined. I don't think the intent is to end up with unintended consequences, if you will. So the equine garment fabrication was a question. Composting, I get composting. I love horse manure. It's great for the gardens. But I don't know if composting in and of itself could morph into something that's an unintended use, such as Green Brothers, where it's material that more often is appropriately placed in an M1 or a C2 zoning. So I would ask for your consideration there. The same would be true with the term mausoleum. I know that we have a green cemetery in AG1, and that's appropriate. Mausoleums without definition could morph into something that would be non-appropriate within an agricultural area. So again, these are all tied to page 4, but they take on more meaning, and I wasn't sure how those reconciled when you get to that separate item. And I'll just say that and hopefully leave it to you and staff to help reconcile those, because they didn't seem to reconcile. So unclear what was new, what had been in there, and at this point how we add some more definition to that. Along those same lines on page 5, there's discussions about quarries and surface mining. I recognize that sometimes is allowable in an AG1. More often than not, though, quarries more typically end up in a more industrial sort of environment. So again, I would ask for your consideration of that item. On page 7, a question is just why the height was increased to 28 feet from averaged finished grade. I believe historically it's always been between that 1 and 2 story, so I'm sure there's some math that supports that. But that was just a question on page 7 as to why that was increased to 28 feet. It was not clear. Page 8, where it talks about block or poured concrete for a retaining wall. Historically, those materials were supposed to be of natural material, and they were supposed to also be with a 360-degree view. So even if you came from the entrance of something back behind it, you wouldn't see the concrete. You would see it covered in 360. I don't know that that's addressed. So again, point on page 8 would just be whether or not instead of concrete and stone veneer, if we wouldn't want to hold true to natural materials. They make a difference, makes a difference in how things look. Page 9, there's mention of specimen trees, and we all love our specimen trees, and I'm thrilled to see Mark Law here in the audience. But I would ask for some discussion as it relates to why we would only be requiring specimen trees to be saved within the minimum front yard. It would seem to me that there's an opportunity there to require specimen trees to be saved beyond just the front yard. Again, if you have a specimen tree other than in the front yard, that is preserving our rural character. We have a tree ordinance, as you know, but I think we have an opportunity here to speak to our value statement as a city about specimen trees, and this is also stated later in the document under some of the other categories. So again, my question for specimen trees is why wouldn't we want to take this opportunity to require more of those to be saved, at least encourage them to be saved. Page 12, under pedestrian safety, there's discussion about having sidewalks and pedestrian amenities. And I believe this is under the section that deals with commercial and non-residential. My question would be, do we not want to make mention to the trail plan? Because you might have in an agricultural area a non-concrete sidewalk being more appropriate than a concrete sidewalk, and it would also be more beneficial from the developer's perspective. It could be more cost-friendly. So my question is, do we necessarily want to talk about construction of sidewalks without hand-in-hand mentioning that those materials could be more pervious in nature? And that statement would hold true for any category within this overlay, whether it's the AG1 category, industrial, or commercial. And I hope that these comments are helping. I'm trying to be as specific as I can. Going to page 13 is the first time that lighting on property is noted. And again, this is within the section of commercial or non-single family uses. The question or the comment there is that lighting is important in all of our agricultural areas, not just on the commercial and non-residential. So I would ask that you please consider incorporating some discussions about lighting in the non-commercial areas. We obviously have a lot of horse farms and things, but lighting with our arenas impacts adjacent property owners, so we need to be consistent across all of our agricultural areas, regardless of use, in terms of lighting. I know that there's been historically some concerns, and I love horses, I ride horses, I love our horse barns, but when you have a riding rink, the lighting that's associated with that riding rink, we need to monitor that just as we would a commercial facility, because it can become commercial-like, and if you have residences right next to it, they obviously don't want untempered lights with no height restrictions beaming into the light, to the rooms of their children's babies at 3 a.m. So we need to have some discussions about lighting, in the opinion of many folks, including those of us that love horses. In terms of page 14, I just wasn't clear why the language was going from post to pole as it relates to lighting. It may be innocuous, but I asked the question nonetheless.
10 minutes is up.
Okay.
Can I ask as a matter of just courtesy?
We're on page. We're on page 14, and there's 44 pages.
Yeah, there's not a comment on every page.
I'll ask the commission. Would y'all like to extend any time to the speaker? Because I do want to get this knocked out.
Julie, if we were to grant you some more time, how much more time do you think you need?
How many minutes did we just use?
We just
You
used
just
10.
used 10.
Wish I'd kept my own clock. It seemed like a fast 10 minutes. But no question. I'm just, I can't imagine it'll take long. I'm trying to talk as quickly but articulately as I can. I've taken the time to go through the document. I understand this overlay. Again, it's up to you. I was here the last time till 11 o'clock at night in the hope that my input would be received. So
I'm with you, and we have 3 more.
5 minutes.
We have 3 more after this. Are y'all okay with 5 more minutes?
Yeah, let's start.
Okay, that's it. 5 minutes. Y'all okay with that? Okay.
And again, my hope is that the comments are getting, because I don't want to say them just to say them, my hope is that they're getting with the intent of being helpful. In terms of structures on page 17, there's mention of certain structures being reviewed by the city architect. We would ask that all structures be reviewed by that city architect. And again, the way this document's broken up, you have, commercial and non-residential, then you've got other sections. If we could just find a way to make sure that the city architect is involved in that structural review for all sections.
Rob, can you stop the time for a minute, just so I can ask a question, Julie question? What are you working off the most recent document that was printed
I am.
last Friday? And the reason I'm asking, Julie, is mine says all structures shall be subject to review by the city architect.
Well, that's within that section.
It's within that segment, and that's the point. And that's why going through something that's this exhaustive within. And I don't know. Hopefully, my time hasn't started because I'm trying to address your question. In the document, you have separate sections by category. So you've got commercial and non-residential. Then you've got AG1.
Yeah. No. Okay.
And so part of my concern is that some of the stuff is showing up in one, but it's not showing up in another.
Okay, I get that.
Okay. So that was the intent.
Yep. Thank you.
So my hope would be that some of these structures would be reviewed by the city architect in addition to the appropriate boards within all of those. Again, I think we've got the benefit of a great city architect, and I would hope that we would take advantage of that. Again, on page 20, there's this discussion of accessory structures. I would strongly encourage us to add accessory structures back into this because accessory structures can take on a life of their own. I think it would be better to deal with those as exceptions rather than to blanketly assume that every accessory structure would be commensurate with the agriculture, rural environment, and values of the city and folks within the city. Page 21, again, specimen trees are added within this category. I said it before, but in this category, again, please consider adding protection of specimen trees beyond just the minimum front yard. Page 32, requirements for AG1. It seems that some of the language that used to be in there for AG1 is now not in there. So I posed the question because it seems that we've somehow moved some of the language out of the AG1 section, and I would ask that we would want that to be just as extensive as would be the other areas, in particular because a lot of the development and things that are being proposed under these other uses are going to be on AG1 land. So I don't think the intent is to remove it because this is supposed to primarily help protect our rural area. Definitions, and
definitions are different.
Separate?
Yes.
Okay. See, that helps, right? So one, just thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Okay. So I think we're going to go page by page, kind of like we did last time. We'll make notes and a lot of notes, and then we'll get a motion at the end. And I guess, Robin, is Bob coming? He is here? Okay, cool. Oh, great. I just know we'll have questions for him. Okay.
And Mark Law, the arborist, is here also.
Okay. All right.
You want to join us up at the table?
Maria.
So if you guys just want to start, and again, stay close to the mics because that's where we need
All
to
right,
be.
let's go through the first page.
I just have one question on page 1, and that, Robin, is just to ensure that the Birmingham Crossroads overlay, it's still in place. This is on top of that. The Northwest, the way to think about it is just that the rural Milton overlay replaces the Northwest Fulton overlay. All the rest of the overlay items still stay intact.
Correct, except for Crabapple Crossroads.
Yes,
that's
which we-
gone. But
yeah.
yes, it's still the child of the rural Milton
Okay,
overlay,
great.
yes.
Thank you. That's all I had on page 1.
Yeah.
If I get ahead of y'all, just tell me to stop.
Can I ask a question? I know I'm late to the party here, so pardon me for catching up. This document that we're looking at, first, I have a couple questions. First of all, when were these edits first developed? Like, have we been working on this for 3 months? Have we been working on it for 2 weeks? What's the impetus behind that? Number one, and then number two, who did these edits? Where'd they come from?
First of all, it was initiated by staff, and the first edits came a month ago on February 26th that were initiated. We brought to the Planning Commission on February 26th. I have that original set, if you'd like to see that. And then there was
long deliberation, work session on this text, and that's how I show the yellow highlighted is the changes as well as the cheat sheet, I believe, that I gave you all. Those were the changes that were made from the original edits to last month's meeting. And then also I included the city attorney's edits, which were in gray, highlighted in gray. And so this is the second meeting that's come before the Planning Commission. So.
Okay, so relatively recent. This is not
Yes,
something carried
it's not
over
like
from
you're
last year and we're
behind.
still working
No.
on it or something like that?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
On number 10 on page 2, should it read these crossroads community? I mean, should it read this cross? I mean, it sounds like it's. Remind.
On number 10?
On number 10, where it has, and does not imitate building types or styles unrelated to these crossroads. So it should be these crossroads communities, because you had it cross.
Well, I think
I mean?
it was communities, and there's technically only one.
Okay, so.
There's only one official crossroad community, but if you want it to be
Oh,
back to
that's
the
fine.
plural, we can do that.
Although, are we addressing the specific crossroad community in this case, or are we talking about the fact that we are a community of crossroads?
I mean, it's your
it's
preference.
all-
If you
it's
want to go
semantics.
back
So we can
to,
keep it. I mean,
I think I was looking at it as the literal sense, but if you want to keep it to the general sense of crossroads, that's fine.
Or crossroad communities of this type, because you could, it is foreseeable, you could have something in the future where you have another one that you're dealing with.
Well, that's not necessarily true, Noel, but, because we're trying to deal with just us. And to Robin's point, we have the Birmingham Crossroad community. But when I think about this, I also think about Crabapple as a crossroad community, although we don't identify it as the crossroads.
Well, and it's not a part of this overlay, so I would think that there is at Hopewell and Birmingham Road is a couple of C1 that I think that in 1950 they called it they kind of created a crossroad. So technically there are one or two other places that you could consider a crossroads just in the general sense. So again, it's up to you which way you want it to read.
Peyton, when I'm reading this, I read this as we are addressing our community.
Right.
So
As in there, like
I think you were on the right path.
Right.
when
Okay.
you
I
started
mean,
that.
I'm completely fine with that. I didn't know if that was like a typo or something.
So are you guys okay the way it is? Or you want me to change it?
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Well,
Or no? Yes?
Just change
It-
these.
yeah, change
this?
these
To this.
to this.
Okay. So to sing, yeah, right. Okay, thank you.
I have a question again on page 2. Signs is struck because we're addressing signs totally elsewhere. It's not being addressed under the.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, we're just cleaning this up from, we deal with signs totally in chapter,
Yep.
sign chapter.
All right, page 3.
Could I ask a question about, I'm sorry, this is on page 1, it's number 8.
Okay.
When we are, on number 8, it says we're to ensure existing design characteristics of the crossroads and surrounding areas. And my question is, how big is surrounding areas? Is it, and in a couple other notes throughout the document, there's 400 feet from a crossroads, there's different dimensions. Is it half a mile? Is it a quarter mile? Is it, what, is there some boundary for this thing, or is it just as we see fit to
I think
make the call?
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, Rob. I'll let you address
I mean,
it.
I just perceive it, there's not just non-residential development in the crossroads. For instance, if somebody gets a use permit for a private school or for a church, you know, those, the characteristics of, we still want to keep the same type of characteristics that we have at the crossroads and kind of imitate it and bring it across to, typically would be institutional uses. We also allow kennels, we allow certain things in AG1. So that would be my answer. I don't know if it's the same, but.
Yeah, similar. I would just say, as we've addressed cases that have come before us since we became a city, each one takes on a sense of how large a span you're being asked to address. I think to be definitive with it would probably, or more definitive than this, would probably be, in some cases, doing us a disservice. Where in some cases, you may want to look far and wide. So it's really the case that's come before us that sort of drives that without having to be definitive with it in the opening of the document. Is that consistent with what you're thinking, Robin?
Yeah.
And you'll get a sense for it, Noel, as you have some more tenure. But good point. Sometimes you don't want to go looking very far when you're trying to keep things in your backyard. But there are other times that we do have to seek input far and wide. We've talked about conservation subdivision representations from the Northeast that have given us something to look at. We looked at best practices as it addressed our what are we calling the design guidelines for Deerfield?
Oh, yeah, the form-based code?
Form-based code. So we've had to go far and wide for that because we didn't have an example of it here. So it was important for us to, if we said we would only look so far, we couldn't have found an appropriate form-based code policy because it doesn't exist nearby.
Okay.
Okay.
Page 3.
So
This is the
just
DRB.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I redid this paragraph as you requested. So please give me any comments or changes, or you hate it, it's totally off or whatever. Just
Well, my opening comment would be, Robin, I think you've gone the right direction on this, and it helps us a ton. Where I don't know that we've gotten where I would hope we would go with this is, I don't know that you need a comprehensive list of why the Planning Commission is not supporting the deletion, but I think maybe another comment or two that we're trying to make sure that it falls under the scrutiny of the public eye. We're trying to make sure that there are measures in place so things don't happen in the dark of night, and I think that your rewording of it helps. But I also think that if the mayor and council reads this without the benefit of your input prior to the meeting as they prepare, just like we try to prepare, they don't get the benefit of anything prior to the meeting to understand why we were making that recommendation. So maybe a sub point or two under the edits to the right,
right.
that we don't, we weren't supporting it originally because
Right, and I thank you for that point. And I think I addressed it a little bit in the cheat sheet, but I did not reflect it in here.
Yeah, there's
so.
only a couple of instances like that where
Right.
where we're asking you to do something pretty significantly different from where you were going originally. But I think that would benefit them as they prepare.
Okay.
And Robin, probably correct me in the future though, we might, in the future, if all the homes are designated historic, because right now we only have like 2. So the purpose is to make sure historic homes are not being demolished, isn't that?
Or historic buildings, yes.
Historic buildings aren't being demolished. So maybe in the future, after the Historic Preservation Commission does everything, then maybe this, because I understand the DRB's concern as far as they just see these accessory structures being demolished and there's no teeth to it. And I think Kathy mentioned that we could use, there is a function, what did the city attorney say as far as having teeth?
Well, I spoke to the city attorney. We would have to create the teeth.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess my intention was we could keep it in, and then my next little project would come up with some teeth and standards to be reviewed, to be part of the ordinance.
That'd be
And
great.
then that would be the criteria for the DRB to evaluate it. So I don't know what those teeth are yet, but
Yeah.
that's
So let's keep
the
it in.
possibility.
Just go ahead.
No.
I'm just saying that's exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, those are the kinds of things I hope that the mayor and council will understand in the fact that as they prepare to make the same decisions or make the same assessments that we're making, they get the benefit of that discussion without having to be prompted to prompt themselves for that kind of conversation. I know you guys will do your very best to represent that to them, but if there's a memory jogger or two to the right, that would serve us well. And in this particular instance, because it is a pretty significant change, you may want to make a note about the fact that we do want to take it to the next level where that's part of the DRB's interest in having it change is because they don't feel like they've got the benefit of anything to make it worthwhile. So why are they hearing it? So if we
Correct.
know that it's staff's intention to take it to the next level and go to a process where there is teeth to it, you might want to, again, make that note. That's all I had for 3, because it's basically the same overview for the whole thing.
Are you guys okay with the way I reorganized it?
I am.
Okay.
Page 4.
Yeah. Do you want me to address, or I'm sorry, the city architect? Did you have something? Oh, Laura did. I'm sorry. I thought you were pointing to him. Okay. You want to bring the mic so we can hear you?
I just had a question, well, 2 questions actually. The single-family residential was taken out above, but then put back in below. So is it, you're not reviewing it, or you are? I'm kind of confused.
The land disturbance permits, except for single-family residential.
Yes.
So it excludes it.
Okay. Are you including single-family residential for building permits, or no?
No. Only and I went in and got more detail because of the definitions. I couldn't just say multifamily, because if you look at the definition, that doesn't cover everything. So that's why I said townhouse, duplex, triplex, quadplex, which is very rare that we ever have anything above a townhome, but I'm just trying to cover all our bases. But
My only comment would be, since we changed the form from base code for Deerfield, and we're looking at doing the same for Highway 9, this issue has come up a lot in our discussions, and some of the things we've seen coming through, it seems like it would be safe that moving forward to actually look at single-family homes, because what we've seen with even with AG1 building, what's going on, cheating happens. They cut corners, and it's like, okay, that's not really what you said before. And then you go out and you look, and you're like, wow, what happened here? So I, just as a protection, I guess, because Highway 9, that's what we're talking about doing, just for that reason. So my question is,
so are you
not be looking at it?
So are you saying that you want to look at single-family land disturbance permits, or you want to look at the building permits for all single-family? So that would mean that every single family that's built, that you would want to see it, not just the exterior, like we've had some conditions of zoning proposed for the rural view shed, that Bob would be able to look at those buildings, but you want all internal single-family to go to you?
We've had that discussion because of what we've seen with some of the other, we've gone back and forth because we've seen, both extremes. We've seen, people that have cheated, and then you're like, okay, that's not what was in the guidelines, and they were able to go and build it, and then people are upset, did you not do your job? Well, yeah, we did our job,
But right now, Crabapple, the single family is under the purview of the architect. Deerfield, Highway 9, single family are to the purview. But right now, this area that was originally northwest is not a part of any kind of review except for what we're proposing for the rural view shed that's adjacent to it. I think that's something we would really have to consider, because that would really put onerous on, I'm sorry to say, the builders. It would add time onto it. So I think that's something that we would have to discuss.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to add that tonight by any means. So.
Yeah, I would just think that the staffing implication of that would be significant. We're inundated now with building permits coming through for single-family homes. Having someone review each and every home, and then what we do in Crabapple and in Deerfield is that we don't give a CO, a certificate of occupancy. We send the architect out to make sure that it was built exactly like we approved it. That is a tremendous amount of time. I'm not sure that we would have the staff ability or capability, time-wise, to service that request. So I just need to throw that into the mix.
And I think we're totally happy to do it for those rural view shed areas that are exposed to the main streets like Freemanville and Birmingham, that we want to make sure that we have some control over those exterior lots.
So having said that, Robin, is this the time and place then to contemplate that? Because right now, it says except a single-family residential.
Well, that's for a land disturbance permit.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
and then also, so the design review board, I have this list, and what they review is basically all non-residential structures, building permits, and multifamily, and then land disturbance permits, all land disturbance permits, except for single-family residential developments. So those are reviewed by our staff.
Right.
And then the primary variance, the rezoning and use permits and demolition. But Bob does, like I said, with the Deerfield and Crabapple right now, we review it on a staff level, and just like Kathy said, before CO is issued for any of those single family, he does inspections to make sure that A meets the plans, become the reality. I don't know if I've answered your question or not, but to actually have all the buildings, I mean, I just looked, we did about 10 COs in the last 5 days of single-family residential. I mean, we're doing a fairly large clip of single-family that.
Right. Well, let me go at it a different way. If I think back to the presentation that was made to us about the development across the street from Cambridge.
Correct.
If you remember there was one meeting in particular where the developer was talking to us, and we were looking at the presentation that he gave, and he was representing these houses to be like 3,400 square feet.
I remember that.
And we scratched our heads and said, how in the world can you do 3,400 square foot homes and that be the ultimate plan? And he said, no, actually they're like 2,400 square feet. And so in an example, and I don't care how that turned out, but using that as the example, where if it was a misrepresentation of the applicant before us, that he was telling us 3,400 square feet, or he had every intention of building 2,400 square feet, where would that catch come in? Where would we catch that?
So, for example, in that rezoning, let's say when they go to build it, and whatever the ultimate minimum heated square footage is that it comes through two ways. We review it for zoning, we review it for setbacks, and we review it for the heated square footage that's on the plan versus what's approved in the zoning. So if he comes in with 2,400 and the condition was 2,900, we kick it back and say, sorry, Sam, you have to start over again. You didn't comply with the zoning.
Before he gets a land use or land disturbance permit.
Well, no, land use, I mean, that's a building permit's way after the land disturbance permit. So a land disturbance permit is just dealing with the land and how it's laid out. And then the building permit and the heated floor area is dealing with the building permit. And so they submit their building plans along with the site plan, and then Angela typically reviews it for just plain zoning conditions off of the rezoning. And she looks and it says 2,400 square feet on the plans for heated floor area, and the rezoning says 2,900. It gets kicked back. Sorry, you didn't make it. You need to resubmit to be consistent with the rezoning. And it can be the same thing with the overlay as well, with the form-based code. If there's something, if it's supposed to be rear loaded, but I will, say that we work a lot with the developers with the form-based code. Bob works with them a ton, as well as Angela. There's a lot of intensive staff time that goes into, especially like if you look at Crabapple. I think that's our best example so far of, from plans to actual construction. So we look at, there was a situation this week. A builder put in it was compliant with the building code, but it wasn't compliant with our overlay district because for a structure. And we weren't going to issue the CO, but basically this builder's fairly trustworthy and they want to keep their own reputation. But I mean, we've actually Bob's had people take put on brick and take off brick and change out windows and do all sorts of things until they get it right. So that's the minutia that we look at on the form-based code, and we can look at for the housing for the exterior of the rural view shed.
Okay. So all that said, unless the DRB feels like we're really missing something, do you feel any differently, having heard Robin just give us the benefit of that checklist?
Well, no, I definitely agree with the rural view shed.
Right.
As long as you can kind of pick up the cheaters from that process, we would be good with that.
Yeah.
Because that's the concern. I think Bob's had that concern. We've kind of had that discussion a couple times. Because you get them, they come in there and you're like, okay, what are you going to do? And it's like no plan, we even have a list, and sometimes they still, come in and they're not prepared.
So I think you're speaking more of the non-residential, if you're looking at maybe townhouses or multifamily or commercial.
Yes, but I would also include, let's say, if you're looking at this conservation concept where they could be smaller and you're putting parks, kind of a vicary sort of concept.
Right.
I think I would be careful there as well, because I think you're going to have very similar where you've got closer.
Right, that would be a rezoning, so.
So maybe that's something that staff can look at when y'all do the historic home stuff, as far as the demolition reviews.
Right, and I think what she's speaking of is the future conservation subdivision, and that it would be rezonings, and so then we could say all these houses have to go before the city architect and/or plans, if you even want to the DRB, the land disturbance permit, so you can see how it's all organized. Because you're right, a conservation subdivision can be done very poorly, or it can be done very well. So,
I don't know
and that's something out in the future.
Yeah,
we don't have that yet.
That's kind of where I'm getting at.
Yeah, because we can get on the path of conservation subdivisions all night long.
Right.
Too.
Yeah.
Whether they're a solution for us or not.
Okay.
All right, we're on page 4 with the allowed use chart. Okay.
Yeah, I have a question. I think I kind of agree with Julia that the equine garment fabrication should be in the commercial, not in the agriculture, and also cemetery and mausoleums. Those are commercial by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay, so let me give you a little background. So the equine garment fabrication that's not a new use. It's a use permit that goes through a full zoning before you and city council, okay? And I believe it was created for probably one person on a particular road in the city of Milton when it was unincorporated Fulton County. So it was very structured to one person. And if you look under the use permit standards, it's only permitted under AG1. And if that's not what you want or whatever, we'd have to go in and edit those use permit standards. But right now, the intent was to be very agricultural. It was just kind of like being a blacksmith, but you're making blankets and saddles.
But land use application, meaning AG1, does not necessarily address scale. And that would be my concern with that. And although I understand the art studio, having read the front page of the paper today, there's no scale again there. You know, if we write into the other measures that we've got something that addresses scale, I'd be more comfortable with those being in AG1. But without addressing scale, in my mind, they have to slide to the left. They have to slide to commercial.
Well, then I would encourage you to look at the standards then, because I think the intent was that equine garment fabrication was for somebody who was in the equestrian business, and that they wanted to create some of those type of goods, and that was the way that they were able to do it on their own property within their own confines for their own use.
Right, but
not for their own use. Obviously, they were selling it somewhere because it became something more than just for themselves.
And so today, it's the horse farm owner that's got a loom and they weave a blanket, and it takes them a year to do it. But then they decide, hey, that's really a popular item. Maybe I should buy something automated, and then it becomes a factory I'm being extreme
Right.
to make my point, but it becomes a factory. And we don't have any way of stopping that at this point.
Well, currently you're correct. So if it's something that you want to amend, then we can look at that.
I mean, I might take the other point of view as far as I don't want to limit someone's use for their home if they want to create a craft or so, but I understand the scale needs to be there.
Yeah.
If it's ancillary to, whatever the zoning is for that, for instance, what you're describing, then it's fine for them to do it. But I agree, it needs to somehow, the scale needs to be addressed somewhere.
Yeah, and let me carry just one step further because of what was on the front page of the paper today. So you've got this guy who's got this I assume it's a barn.
I missed the paper today. So
Well, he's an artist,
Right.
and he's gotten some recognition. He's doing a piece for Johns Creek, is it?
Oh, this is the one that the city went.
Yeah,
For
and then-
Duluth.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So and so you,
I did read that
So a
article.
national
The
scale,
online.
national
Okay.
scale search for an artist. He's identified, but prior to the national scale search, he wasn't necessarily a person of notoriety. So now he's a person of notoriety, at least within our own little community, because he's gotten front page paper and he's gotten the attention of the surrounding another community, and now we're contemplating potentially doing that. Well, he brings in steel. And it talks about that he has the capability to lift literally a couple of tons of steel. So I get it, it's quaint and it's antique machinery and whatever, but that's just him. So if you don't put scale in here, somebody who's got a machine that can literally lift tons of steel. So what does it look like when a truck brings in a ton of steel, or 2 tons of steel, or 5 tons of steel, or 10 tons of steel, because his new commissioned project for the city of Chicago is as big as this room.
So
I don't know what that looks like.
But
So-
and I'll take the other side of that as far as if that one person is doing it, but there's 100 little artists in the area that enjoy doing it and like to sell a little bit on the internet, or
Right.
friends come over and sell. We shouldn't limit their capabilities on using their property either.
Absolutely, you're right. We want to encourage that. That's the kind
Right.
of community I hope that we are,
Right.
that we want to become if we're not doing some of those things today. I'm just saying that until we put a scale on it, we can't stop one versus the other. We would encourage that small shop owner and to become a vibrant community member and be a
So-
resource to other people. But I mean, literally in the case of the artist, it was in
Right.
the paper. What does it look like to deliver 2 tons of steel? It could be
And
be on a
I'm going to be
flatbed
honest
truck
with you.
with
If
an
it was
18-wheeler.
once a year,
Maybe no problem.
maybe no problem. If it's every Friday at 9 a.m.,
Yeah.
So
and it's an 18-wheeler on our rural roads, and we've got young drivers, and you've got somebody having to deal with a truck that maybe have to be parked there all day to move that much steel. I don't know what it means yet.
So I think what we need to do, I mean, I understand that we're talking about in the confines of this chart, but I think that when we get to the use permit and we can start discussing about things. And also, the reason why I kept it a little bit more general with those use permits is that to understand, I know it's not typically what we've done in the past, but many jurisdictions that as they look at an individual case, they create conditions because that's your prerogative under the use permit, is to say, in this
Right.
case, it's a
Right.
fairly intensive use with this guy who brings in, heavy equipment versus there's a photography studio in a barn down the street that does absolutely nothing to affect the area. And I think my intent was for you all and to the city council to become flexible and not to ask for a bunch of variances when it is very typical for many jurisdictions to be able to put specific conditions on each individual case. And so that's why it was a little bit more general than what you're used to seeing in the past.
Right.
And I think it does help to keep the round holes and the round pegs and the square ones with the square ones, and so that we don't get all boggled down with, let's just look at everything on an individual basis, because they have to come through you and the city council. It's not like they can just
Right, but if
start.
but just to play that out, so if you're saying, and I want to hang with the art studio as the example. If the art studio guy today he doesn't have to come before us for his
He
use.
does. Because I've created a use permit that, it's not an administrative use permit, it is a full-blown use permit, just like a landscape business.
Okay.
He has to come and submit, and it comes through our office, and I present it to you, and to the design review board, and to city council.
See, and that's
that's
kinda-
where you get to be able to put on all the conditions and say, okay, I want you to put a 75-foot buffer around it. I want you to do X, Y, and Z. And that's where your prerogative comes to be able to condition it just like you would any other zoning item.
No, I agree with that. I mean,
And so, and
Well,
that,
just
and
let's
that
look
way
at
you
it.
can.
If you slide it left, it's commercial, and you have to come and ask for variance. If you leave it where it is, it's measured by staff, and it comes before us for a use permit.
Yeah, right.
And it still gets the same scrutiny, but it's a different, it gets to the same place, but a different path. One, is that a correct statement?
Yeah, I believe so. I think it's just a new way. I mean, this is probably one of the really brand new use permits that I've written in even the 7 years. And traditionally, Fulton County had been this rule, this rule, this rule, this rule, this buffer, this. And I think we've come and experienced that sometimes that gives us too much consternation. And I've looked at I didn't pull this out of my brilliant head because I'm not that brilliant, but looking at other jurisdictions who have done these type of use permits, it goes back to their city council or county commissioners to determine, depending on the intensity of the use, then they add more conditions onto it because it is a public hearing process. It's not an administrative process.
So, like, my wife, who's an artist, and I live on over 3 acres, I'm sure she owns a shop in Crabapple. She might want to do something on our land maybe at some point down the road. So I'm like, my property isn't commercial property.
No.
I mean, so I'm just thinking it needs.
So decide which path you want to follow to get to the point
I would
where she
prefer
can
the
have
use
it,
permit. I would prefer the.
Well, either
I would
way-
prefer the way it is.
Right. I mean, either way, even if you moved it over to the commercial, it still would require a use permit. It would just have more
Right.
more requirements because of the buffers. That's how I redid the whole overlay, was
Yeah.
that the commercial
I got
type
it.
uses have more stringent regulations versus agricultural. That you're right, it can be different. Not every barn or every equestrian facility isn't the same, although I put that all in agricultural, but that. Right now, we do have use permits for covered arenas, and we have use permits for barns in certain places. So, again, it goes back, in certain situations, it goes back before you and the city council.
Yeah.
I kind of like your, I don't know if I need to speak into there or not,
Yeah,
but
you do.
I kind of like your, I guess the objective of trying to make it situational to where we're not mandating for any particular group or citizen or type, but it is the situational, and then people do get to comment on it because somebody, is going to come up with some innovative concept that, I mean, we can't come up with all the answers and put them all in the right column and then be done. You'll never get them all right. We're gonna have these situations, and isn't that what we want? Is people to come up with new, good ideas and that are gonna improve everything for us. I wouldn't do anything to stifle that. I understand control is control, and we're trying to make everything good, but I think that I think the review process is good the way with the permit.
I just don't want every artist to
application.
go through a commercial rezoning. I mean, how many artists do we have in Milton who want to?
Now, I will say, I think I did address the other non-AG one on the artist studio.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
But Peyton, think about, and this is for the sake of argument, just make sure we vet it well, rather than to win or lose, just to vet it well. If your wife's painting in a theoretical studio that you haven't, she hasn't asked you to build yet,
it's coming.
It's coming.
Yeah.
No infringement on your neighbor's quality of life. I don't know the steel guy, the steel artist.
Right.
I don't know. Does he have a blast furnace? How much noise does that make? So, or if he's got heavy machinery moving tons of steel, that may have a greater impact on the quality of life of his neighbors. So in his instance, you would probably want more setback, more buffers, more restrictions as to what his
But I mean, we can do that the
Situation.
way it is right now, correct?
Right.
it comes with, if you leave it where it is, it comes with less buffer
Well, we can
requirements.
we can
If you
add
move-
the buffer.
If you move it left, well, you don't,
Correct. I mean, if it's a situational, if there's one blacksmith who's, like you're saying, having 2 tons, we can increase the buffer. And next week, if there's a smaller blacksmith who just wants to do it every once in a while, then we just have the buffer the way it is.
it's a question of, do you leave it where it is and you scale it up? Or do
Right.
you move it left and you potentially scale it down?
I'd rather scale it up.
That's what we have to decide.
What do y'all think?
I mean, this guy could have compressors, he could have grinders. I mean, you just don't, I mean, going back to the metal shop, we just don't know what he's gonna have. I mean, he can be.
And I'm sorry,
pretty.
we're beating up this guy, because that's
We don't-
not.
Right, right, right.
No,
It's just a good example.
Yeah, it happens to be applicable, but it's not, I mean,
I think this all started because we talked about this equine garment fabrication, but we couldn't control scale. Right? I mean, isn't that where this all started?
Well, but
Coming
I
back
think
to
it goes-
scale?
yeah.
We're worried about the 1 in 1,000.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
and
I
we
mean,
can
that's
take care
not-
of that.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, and I think even with the equine, even under the use permit standards, you as the board and the city council have the right to add additional conditions, even though I don't say that in the use permit development
Yeah.
standards. It's
Yeah.
in those 7 criteria. If you believe that there's something
So-
that you need to beef up or you need to make conditions of, if another equine fabrication person comes
So
in.
where I'm going with this is that I don't want to move 90% of the people over to the left because we're worried about the 10%. We can take care of the 10% during the use permit process.
And that was my thought.
Okay. I don't know, but I mean,
I'm not fighting
Okay,
it for
yeah.
the sake of trying to move it.
Right.
I'm fighting it to make sure I'm not saying that.
I'll be
I'm not-
completely
fighting's the wrong
different if they
word.
didn't come before us. That'd be
Exactly. I'm
completely
only
different.
being a stickler because
Right.
I want to make sure we vetted it, not because I'm fighting one side
Absolutely.
or
I
the
thought it
other.
was a great discussion.
Because you,
Because I could say the same thing about composting.
That
What's
was
the
what I was
scale of
Exactly.
composting?
right,
You could say,
each one of
say
them.
say
about
about all
everything
of
in
them.
there.
Robin,
You'll never- you
if
can't
Robin,
define
and
them
I,
all.
and I
You
have
don't
all
know
the,
what somebody's gonna come up with.
Right.
if Robin's saying to us, and
Yeah.
we've got
Bring 'em in.
plenty of examples of it, where you have, and it has to come before us when you guys measure it to be out of scale.
So I'm assuming that-
Then we're okay.
Yeah, and I'm assuming what this is doing is these artists, steel person, artists, they're going to be starting to come before us.
That's correct.
Okay. I mean, yeah,
I mean,
I'm fine with that.
yes.
Yes.
So, and part of the problem too, and I explained it, I believe, in my little memo, was that I actually review every single new business license that comes in. And I have people calling me and they say, can I do this? Can I do that? And then they say, well, I'm going to use more than 25% of my house for it, or I use my barn, or I use my accessory structure for my, to do my artistry or to do photography. And I said, well, that's against the rules.
Yeah.
So this is a way that we can bring people into compliance and still encourage, the way we want to encourage business. So, and make them legal. So.
Okay.
Are we okay?
I'm okay with the ones we've discussed so far. I have a couple more I want to
So
mention.
I think Commissioner Burchett had asked about the cemetery and mausoleum. So again, it's a use permit. We have the only use permit for a cemetery that's ever come in was the Green Cemetery on Birmingham Road.
Right.
And that was great because you don't even see it the way it's designed. But I think that if it is a mausoleum with the structure on it, then again we can look at it on a case-by-case basis because it's allowed in all districts. So even in a C1, you have to come in for a use permit for a cemetery or a mausoleum.
Is it
Now,
an or is it an and?
I'm sorry?
Is it an or is it an and? With the example you just gave, do they have to come before you if it's in C1 and they're just going to do a cemetery?
Right. If it's
They do.
either a cemetery or a mausoleum or both, human or pet, in all districts they have to come in for a use permit.
Okay.
So even in C1, even in M1, we only have 11 acres of M1, but whatever, okay?
Yeah.
So that's
Okay.
what it is.
All right.
Okay.
So then, are we okay with mausoleums and cemeteries?
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
fine. As long as we get the final
Right.
say on it.
Yeah, all,
Okay.
yeah, these are all your say. It's, yeah.
Okay, and then Robin, greenhouses and then greenhouses hydroponic, is it hyphenated there because it's intended to address hydroponic?
Correct, yes.
And so why is hydroponic different?
Because they can become very intensive, even though we don't really have any yet, but we're trying to stay ahead of the game. And our architect came from Florida, where there was a lot of hydroponic greenhouses, and they became very industrialized, and they can get really messy as far as just, I don't know if Bob, if you want to explain it, but it was just something that we wanted to kind of head off. So, and I've
Okay.
had one inquiry over the years about doing hydroponic, but it's just trying
Yeah.
to.
Well, hydroponic is it's a huge deal right now. Hydroponics are a big part of our future.
Right.
So it's important that we address it.
Right.
I think it's appropriate that it's there, but I hate to pound this, this word again, but it's about scale for me too. I mean, greenhouses. When
I know where you're going.
well, I'm going to go two places. The guy in the corner of Red and Freemanville. When he had one, it was nothing. When he's got, what does he have, 6 right now, and he knocked down all the trees, it's not so great. When you had Scottsdale Farms with a couple they were behind the building, you didn't see him. Now, he's got how many more? 10 more? All of a sudden, it's much more industrial. Are greenhouses still appropriate? I totally get it's an agricultural type use, but it's about scale.
And we're a little bit at a disadvantage with the greenhouses, just greenhouses, because that is not a use permit. That's a permitted use in agricultural.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if that's.
So they have that by right?
By right, you're permitted to do that in
Right.
AG1. So all they have to do is
Meet the setbacks.
adhere to the setbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess there's.
Maybe
Well,
we're
we can't.
done
We
with
can't.
that.
necessarily-
Yeah.
I mean, we
Yeah,
can
we can
change
go
it.
with
But
that
I don't know.
anyway.
Tonight's not the time and
If he
place
owns
to
the
do
land,
it.
he can put 100
Right, okay.
greenhouses in there.
Note to self. We need to address that.
Because it's Ag 1. It's
Uh,
a state right.
So I think the other question was quarries and
Oh, yeah.
surface mining. I
Yeah.
think that the only district it's allowed in is like M1, and I mean,
So why does that have to even be on the chart? Can we take it off?
well, then you eliminate that. I mean, I guess we'd have to eliminate the use permit and say you can't, if that's you all's prerogative, that's fine. If that's what you, it's
And
not
we're-
just about this chart, it would be about eliminating it in the use permits.
Right. We're
By
talking
right.
about preserving rural Milton.
Right.
11 acres are we? You said there's 11 acres of.
So if,
There's
I
not-
have an inventory of every M1 parcel. It's not all together, they're
Right.
all spread out.
Right.
So we only have 11 acres of M1, and
what's the
most of
largest
it's already
one?
developed with stuff on it.
Yeah. What's the largest? Oh, what of the undeveloped? What's the largest? Or what's? Let me take, go the other way. What's the largest we have in total? What's the largest single parcel?
Okay, my head's not that good. I would say the cotton gin is on M1 in Crabapple. The air conditioning business on Highway 9 is on M1. And those are the biggest ones that I can think
Those
of.
both
off
are
the
not
top.
going to be quarries.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Those both are not going to be quarries.
No, there's not going to be.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if that's, we
I think
can,
we-
I'm more than happy to
I'm-
make the ordinance smaller, so whatever you
I don't think we're
want to
taking
do.
away anyone's.
No. I think you take it. I think you.
So when
strike
we
it.
get to the use permits, we can do that if you want to.
Well, so I'm going to go down the same path. And so if we strike quarries and surface mining, I mean, do we need to address a racetrack?
If you want to do that, that's up to you. I mean, we can eliminate that use from
And
being
this
an
is
option.
this is in the rural Milton overlay. I think we need to. And this is how many times we're going to address this in the next couple of years? I hope not very many times.
No, you're right.
So this is our chance to do some significant cleanup. And I know we want to charge as fast as we can tonight, but I think, think about this, guys. The last time we measured this, last month, we had the same timetable. We've now had the benefit of basically 30 more days to read it, and I think many of us have. And so we've got better questions now this time than we had with 7 or 8 days last time. So I think when we get a chance to address some of this stuff, we should. And I think, with quarries and surface mining and with racetrack, those are things that just don't make sense to me anymore. When in some cases before, we were adopting what was available to us
Right,
in
we
Fulton County.
did, yeah.
And you've done a good job of vetting some of that stuff and getting, screening some of those things out. But I think here's another opportunity to do that.
Would you move that to commercial or just say scratch it
You
all?
just strike it.
Yeah.
It's not a permitted use anymore.
I don't see
So
how.
no one could come in, and no one could come in for that use. It would be prohibited. So,
I think we're avoiding a potential
I don't know.
community
I
divide.
don't think the community would want a racetrack, to be
Yeah,
honest.
we're avoiding a community divide and a lot of heartache by saying it's just not a permitted use here.
Let me ask you a question, and this could, we don't, actually, this particular form doesn't define what a racetrack is. So it could be a velodrome, it could
does
be a
later
horse
on.
racing track, it could be go-karts. I don't know what it is. So, again, if I was going to take it off this list, it would be under some type of condition to where if somebody comes in the future with some innovative process that we haven't even thought about right now that would be
Exactly.
good for us, why wouldn't we want to allow them to do it? And I would say the same, for instance, this quarry. I'm not saying we need to start strip mining and digging for shale oil and coal and things like that in our community. However, a mine is a borrow pit to, you're going to take dirt from this particular place to utilize it in low areas over here to where we need fill for some type of purposeful development. So if you exclude it from here, now I'm having to haul dirt from Forsyth or some other area, and it's going to run your prices up for whatever structure that is because we've already told them we can't do it here.
If and when it makes sense, our process allows them to come before us and request it.
Yeah.
Even though it's a prohibited use, there is a way to come back before us and request it as a allowed
The
use.
Board of Zoning Appeals.
But by leaving it on here, I don't think we're doing anybody any harm.
It's definitely one of those things to where you either restrict someone's land, compared to letting someone do as they please, but I think a racetrack is,
I'd take them both down.
yeah.
Strike both.
We can always strike both, and like I said, they can always come back and ask for it if they do have a great idea.
Yep.
Yes.
So we're taking out quarries and surface mining. We're taking out racetrack.
Racetrack.
so you want to right now for keep racetrack?
Taking
No,
it
you want
out.
to
Take it out.
Okay.
Quarries and surface mining come out, racetrack comes out. That's all I have.
Okay.
Ready for this page?
Yep.
Page 6, I've got a couple. On the no clear cutting, we moved in the right direction by saying no clear cutting permitted until they get the land disturbance permit. But, and then we also talked about the fact that I don't think we had a definition for timbering.
Timbering.
And we've now got a definition for timbering that we'll address later. But I'm thinking about this. I don't think any of us want to have clear cutting happen anymore. That's one of the reasons some of the local community activism has started for Preserve Rural Milton. Is it here because it's a term that's an industry term that we have to deal with, or do we have an opportunity here to say basically no clear cutting is permitted, because clear cutting is something that we just have we find offensive. So we want to get the benefit of the city arborist to have a chance to weigh in on anything that comes before us. And I think about the example of the new development happening on Birmingham Highway right now, not very far from the crossroads, not down the street from Scottsdale Farm. I look at that, and I don't know what the guy's plan is, Mark, but he probably had to come before you And I got the impression from Chris Lagerblum the other day that he's probably done a little bit more tree cutting than maybe we had in mind, or maybe a lot more tree cutting than we had in mind. He didn't clear cut, but I think that you should get the benefit of measuring every single instance of where we're going to cut trees, and primarily in the case of a development that's coming in, and we're facing several developments. They're not very distant future. I just can't think of a good example where in our current state of affairs in Milton, in our current stage of development, where we're trying to preserve rural Milton and preserve equestrian Milton, that it's ever going to be a good idea to say clear cutting is going to be a good idea. I think clear cutting as a rule should not be allowed here. Now, I think that tree cutting or tree removal is appropriate to accommodate a plan, but that's not clear cutting. Clear cutting to me means removal of all the trees from corner to corner, from inch to inch, boundary, property line to property line. And that's what this still means when we write it this way. They can still clear cut once they've got their land disturbance permit if they think that's appropriate. And I'm thinking that we as a community should not think that that's appropriate. So I don't have the right verbiage to say where I want to go with that, but I think it's an opportunity for us to stop clear cutting. And I think we should seize the opportunity to do that.
So can you tell me how the process works right now, Mark?
Okay, we've had a couple incidents where somebody's wanted to come in, even when they submit their plans, showing mainly clearing for the infrastructure. They're showing the tree safe fence along the roadways that they're cutting in, and that's what we're looking at, keeping that as a tree safe area. Then it's a lot for lot as they come in for their plans with their plans. So they're not clearing the entire property. We're just taking a lot by lot time on these larger subdivisions. We are, like, if it's a subdivision that's already been approved and everything, if the site plan comes in, we will allow a clearing permit for that property because the development's already been permitted, and so.
But clearing on that property with the restrictions on the specimen trees and whatever that you're planning to have them saved.
That's correct, because we still look at that, and I'm still requiring a tree save area, and I'm still adding to that tree save area. I got a couple projects that we're doing that as they're bringing each individual site plan in, we're creating the tree save area on each individual site plan. So they're not able to come in and clear all 20 lots and start building 20 houses. They're doing one lot at a time.
Yeah. So having, and that's exactly what I'd hoped Mark would say, is he absolutely takes a measure. We know that because we see it on the site plans that come before us. Robin, where is the appropriate place to say no clear cutting, no timbering? Let's start with just no clear cutting. Where is the appropriate place to say no clear cutting as a rule, but then still accommodate tree removal as appropriate for the specific site as measured by the arborist?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of it depends on each development. Some developments require a lot of grading, and that's in the design of it, and I guess that's where we're trying to come up with ideas to help prevent just mass grading, and that means that when you mass grade, you take away all of the trees.
Mm-hmm. I can't think of an example in the city of Milton between now and in perpetuity or any more, it would be where anymore it would be appropriate to.
And I don't disagree with that. I guess we just have to have the tools, and I'm not sure that we have the legal tools to tell people that you can't just go ahead. I mean, we do want them to preserve it, but at the same time, I'm not sure how we can do that, but maybe Mark has an idea.
I did talk to the Georgia Forestry about this about a week or two ago, and as far as a clear cutting of the property, he said they if they're a bona fide agricultural property activity, they can clear cut.
Yeah.
But they would have to be a bona fide, so that would be one thing that would slow them down. That could stop it from happening.
But it doesn't mean that we. Well, even if we don't say clear cutting is prohibited, we can say clear cutting is discouraged, and we don't say that anywhere at this point.
Well, right.
I mean, I guess
up to this point, no. I think it's.
So where's the appropriate place to put that?
So, I mean, right here it says no clear cutting permitted on the site prior to the issuance of a land disturbance permits, but no one's stopping them from.
Right, when you get your
Getting a lane
LDP,
disturbance
and that's what the
permit.
point is,
Right.
we have all these developments coming in as AG1 where we don't have the ability to put conditions on it. For instance, the Birmingham Highway zoning that withdrew last time, the next day they submitted for the land disturbance permit. So we have 52 or 54 houses coming in, and yes, there's not as many trees because there's a lot of pasture, but where there is trees and where there's not a stream buffer, they're taking down and they're grading everything. And we couldn't stop. We tried to stop it, but we couldn't. There was no tools to stop it because by right they can do AG1 development.
So you
with
mentioned your
So what do you need?
legal ability. What?
To rezone it.
Well, I think that I brought up an issue with Kathy the other day that there's, and I know Julie's spoken of it, of steep slopes. We do not have a steep slope ordinance. There's different places that we've heard about steep slopes, but so, you know, we need to have something like that in place so that at least we can preserve those steep slopes, so that would prevent some development on some areas of a piece of land.
And
So I don't really have an answer for you how to keep them from totally regrading their lands.
Well, so, I mean, again, we're not gonna resolve a steep slope ordinance tonight, but this is an opportunity for us to at least find a place within this document to say you can't clear cut, or it's discouraged. So we do say we use that kind of phraseology in other. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I know it exists within this document that we discourage things without prohibiting them, but.
Will that prevent a builder from doing it, though, do you think, if we say discouraged?
Well, that's where we go next. I mean, one of the discussions I had with Chris Lagerman the other day was, how do we give Mark more teeth when somebody is not abiding by the tree save, or they, oh, whoops, I backed the tractor into that specimen tree, now it's going to die. I know we have a recompense plan, but it's a recompense plan with not a lot of teeth. So, it's not my intention tonight to completely blow up this process by bringing these things up, but if we don't get them on the table for discussion, guys, we're never going to get to them.
I mean, Robin just brought up a great point that she just gave a perfect example, so it's something that I don't think we are going to address it tonight, but it needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
You know?
I think we need to make sure that we take the benefit of the opportunity that's before us, which is to address this overlay. And I know it's important for us to move the process forward, but I also don't want to move it forward for the sake of moving it forward and have a lousy document at the end of the day. And I'm not sure that, tonight is going to be we're not going to, I thought coming in tonight we might get to the end of it like we did the last time. And, investing so well into the evening to get there. But now that we're only on page 6, we're not going to get there tonight. We're not going to get to the point where we can vote to move something forward. So, I'll go back to my point. I don't think we should miss an opportunity here. I'll make that point with clear cutting as my example. In your comment a minute ago, Robin, or Mark added to it as appropriate, where's the right place to put something that says?
Well, I think it really goes back to the I mean, to be honest, the zoning is kind of a 5,000, not really 5,000 foot level, but I mean, that's one of the first steps in a development process. And I think you get into the nitty gritty, so to speak, when you get to the land development side, which is chapter 50 of the city code. And I'm not familiar enough with it to tell you, it should be in X, Y, or Z part. But what do you think, Mark? Is that something that, am I right or wrong? Or?
I think so, because it has a lot to do with, Jimmy looks at a lot of these too. So we probably need to look at the land development and see if we can find a place to put it in there.
Right.
Yeah, entry ordinance. Did you say that, Angela? Yeah.
I mean, I think that we already have a tree preservation ordinance, but it doesn't really address the issue of total demolition of all the trees on a site, so to speak. So, anyway.
Well, maybe you add maybe you slide, lowercase, however you call this, lowercase 3 down and make it 4, and in 3 you put clear cutting is discouraged, period. And then you say no cutting is permitted on the site prior to the issuance of the land disturbance permit. You don't say clear cutting, you take the clear cutting out there, but you address clear cutting above it by saying clear cutting is discouraged. Okay, so it's on the record. And subordinate to that, or not subordinate, but next point down, you should say no tree removal is permitted on the site prior to the issuance of a land disturbance permit or building permit.
And I think it still goes back to all we're saying is not to clear cut it before the LDP, the land disturbance permit. But once you get the LDP, then that's our next step of trying to control what gets taken down, and that's I think what we're talking about.
So it goes in. We've gone on the record of saying something about it.
Yeah.
Then we also then take the opportunity to go back and look at the tree save ordinance. We go back and look at steep slopes, and this is not something we're going to accomplish overnight. This is something that should be on our to-do list. But if we don't take an opportunity here, I think we're going to miss an opportunity. So is it appropriate to add it as a lowercase 3 and then move what is there as 3 down 1 and just change the verbiage?
So we'll have a new regular 3 to say no tree removal?
No, we're going to say clear cutting is discouraged.
Okay.
Which I don't
know how you can put that in there.
Yeah, I still think a builder is still going to be a builder.
Yeah, but if we don't ever say it,
well, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
And I
don't think there's anything wrong with that.
It's subtle what you're saying, but also if you change your line 3 and make it 4, and then you don't, you literally say no tree removal permitted. Yeah. Right now, you're implying that at some point, clear cutting is going to be permitted.
Well,
just by the way we're saying it. So
you're silent on it, and then we count on Mark being our tree champion, which we know he is. When the guy comes before you, or the woman comes before you for the application, you encourage, or you reinforce
it doesn't
to them
hurt
that
by putting it in there.
Clear cutting is something that we discourage, and we don't have any teeth in it at this point. So that's all you can. That's all further you can carry it.
And that's a perfect example. Like Robin, that builder on Birmingham, if he met with Mark Law, he'd be like, "Thank you very much," and duly noted, and he just do it anyway. Right. So. That's the problem.
But this is step 1.
You got to start somewhere.
You put it here as step
exactly.
1.
I mean, there's definitely doesn't hurt by putting it in there.
Then we look at steep slopes. Then we look at a no clear cutting deal. So if you guys are okay with that, I'd like to add that.
Okay, I've got that.
Yeah.
So it's a new 3 that says clear cutting is discouraged.
Then we get to height, right?
I'm sorry?
And then we
well, then
height is the new
4. And then what is the one?
Height? Because you said it was the new 3 after stormwater management.
No.
We're on landscaping.
I'm under landscaping. Under A.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying make a whole new number 3 bullet.
No. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm sorry.
So it's landscaping drops to rural viewshed, drops to lowercase I, double I, triple I. Triple I is clear cutting is discouraged.
Okay.
And then quadruple I is no.
Right. Okay, I got it now. Sorry.
Okay.
No tree.
Is it no tree cutting or is it no vegetation cutting? What's the right?
Mark?
No vegetation.
Okay.
Vegetation.
Robin, by the way, there's a typo in there in paragraph II. I think what you mean to say in the second line there, be reviewed and approved by the city architect.
Yes, thank you. Okay, you have to understand we have a contest here in the planning commission. Who can find the most minute thing?
I've just written a 200-page manuscript, so I know what you're going through.
Thank you,
and I'm
guys
totally open to it, so thank you.
Thank you for your indulgence on that.
I just don't let it happen.
Well, it's going to, unfortunately. I got a couple more of those.
All right, we on stormwater?
Yep. I got nothing there.
This is the height.
The height?
Okay, I got the exhibit.
right? Okay, we have the city architect here too.
I want to know how you calculate the average grade. How are you calculating it?
Well, the average grade, what you would do is just take the elevation difference on all corners of the house.
So you all four corners.
All four corners. Right, so theoretically, if you had a slab on grade, then
It'd be zero.
The average grade would be 0.
Right.
So
Hey
then-
Bob, can you get it close to the
Oh,
microphone?
sorry. Then your average grade would be 0.
Maybe it's not on.
So
I think it's on right.
So with the example you've given us, is it, so let's assume the front two corners are 22.6, and the back two corners are 32.6. So you got a 10-foot difference in grade from the two corners in the front to the two corners in the back.
20s.
So
Right? So tell me how the math works on that.
it'd be 20.
Well, if theoretically, if you had, this is showing a 2-story house within an exposed basement.
Yeah.
And if the exposed basement is traditionally on 2 sides, so if you did that, you'd have 50% of the basement exposed. So then theoretically, you'd have 22.6 and the back at 32.6. So if you added the 2 and divided it by 2 to get the average, you'd end up with about
That's what we said, yeah.
27.5.
Okay,
Right.
so this example works.
This example works.
Okay.
At 10 feet for the basement, 10 each level,
Right.
plus a 6-inch, grade difference between the actual slab.
So
what wouldn't? Well, I'm sorry, this is your.
No, yeah. So if your first floor ceiling heights were 12 feet, it wouldn't work with 28 feet.
Exactly.
Well, no, what would happen there is, if you wanted to make the first floor at 12, you could theoretically have less exposed basement. You could do that. Instead of 2 sides, you could have maybe just 1 side exposed, which would give you a higher, less average grade, so you'd have higher height. Or you could play with the architecture of the building. Because right now, the way it is, potentially you can have a wall that's 32.5 feet high. So if you really wanted to have a 12-foot first floor, we could either make the second floor at 9 and the basement at 9, and then that would work. Or you could just lower the eave by doing it doesn't, you can still, you'd have to lower the eave and you'd have to have some slope in the, possibly in the second floor. Like a splay ceiling or a coffer ceiling. You could do it that way. You could still have a gable end or a reverse gable. This is just looking at the eave. So you could still do gables and dormers. It still gives you that architectural character, but we're forcing the eave height, which is where the gutter would be traditionally. We're forcing that to be at a certain elevation.
And is that more for the presentation of the house on the front, or is it because you're trying to?
It's, I look at all buildings at like what I call 360 architecture, so I'm looking at the entire form and mass of the building. I studied all the houses, a large majority of the homes that are traditionally being built in the city. And if you look at the kind of character and the massing of the homes, this formula works just fine. If somebody really wants to come in and do a 12-foot ceiling, they can. They would just have to remanipulate the eave height using different architectural tricks, so to speak.
What? If you were to
eaves and raising your ceilings internally.
So contrast Crabapple with some of the more recent single-family development there on what is it south? What does Birmingham turn into just south of Crossroads right there? Broadwell. So you've got the frontage on Broadwell right there. I mentioned all those fall within this parameter, and then compare that to like the manor. That's the part of the manor that's in Milton. You've got estate homes that are, I don't know, 10,000, 15,000 square feet. Probably have 10-foot ceilings in the basement. They probably have soaring first floor and maybe some more standard second floor. So I get your point about coffered ceilings, or not coffered, but
You could have
trade
coffered
ceilings.
trade
But
ceilings, placed in display.
for the second floor, but if they want to have a lofty first floor, their only option in the manor would be to play with the eaves.
Play with the eaves or lower the basement elevation. Play with the grading around the building.
Okay.
Right. And in all, I mean that's what we're trying to protect, because if you look at a lot of those homes, that some of the walls exceed 40, 45 feet, and they're just not fitting in the context of Milton. Especially from the roadways, you see these tall basement walls because they're all exposed. And buildings being 40, 45 feet up, high, to me doesn't reflect the character of Milton. So by implementing this, I mean, if somebody really wanted to do it, I guess they can go for a variance and,
right. That's
and
what I'm
go to
trying
a
to
channel to say, oh, well, in my particular case, would you please allow me to do it? But especially in the manner, a lot of the lot sizes are smaller because they're sewered, and you're getting smaller, yet bigger homes, and plus more height.
Right.
And it really is that it's not reflecting the character, I think, that we're looking for.
Yeah, that's a delicate balance. We don't want McMansion lineup. We want to keep the rural character, which is obviously the theme that we're working with tonight.
I think if the architects get crafty, and they probably will, they'll leave the eaves lower, and they'll just increase the internal portions of the house so that they can get those ceiling heights that they're looking for. So it's kind of a win-win for us, because we'll have the outside massing looking and similar to the character and fabric that we're so used to and enjoying in Milton, and yet they'll be able to do internal manipulation to the ceiling heights, which will then result in those 12, you can go 15.
Okay.
I owned a house in Milton, which I just sold for 7 years, and I had 15-foot ceilings on my first floor, and yet overall it met this this criteria because of the eaves would drop down and some of the ceilings would be split.
So
that's how they kind of played with the house to meet it.
One of the important things I think I heard you say, and correct me if I'm not saying it back to you correctly, is you have measured an average within Milton, and by going from 20, I think we were at 25 to 28, we've accommodated the majority
We
of
accommodated
Milton.
99% of the homes. that are
Great.
in. And I even went one step further. I had a meeting with Tim Bryan, who does a lot of high-end residential in the city of Milton, and we studied several of his buildings, and Tim concurred that the 28 feet would be a suitable number for him to live with. He said some of his homes go up as much as 30,000 square feet total, and they still would meet this criteria.
Great.
So I was pretty satisfied with that, because I did want to make sure that we didn't exclude the real high-end market on somebody who had just a house on several acres and said, geez, why you
Well,
impose
and to the other point that you made a minute ago, they can still come before
And they
the
can still
city
come
for a
before.
variance.
Yes, correct.
That's, I have a question though. Why would it not be easier to set and say that we will, including basement, limited to 3 levels, including a basement, and with the heights being, for instance, if you wanted a 15-foot ceiling on your first floor, you still would want a 9 to 10-foot ceiling on your second floor, and you would definitely want a 9 to 10-foot ceiling in your basement. What could we not state it that way instead of going with this average elevation thing?
Well, if you just do it by floor heights,
Saying it's a
you
maximum.
could end up with very high walls, and the mass of the building would really exceed this.
Yeah.
It would end up being much higher. If you saw the visual mass of a building that really had 15-foot ceilings and then 10 and 10, I don't think it would meet the character of Milton at all. It would really be out of context.
And that's the answer.
It would be an extremely high dwelling.
Well, let me go on record and says I'm opposed to this. I am. I'm absolutely opposed to something that would be this restrictive, in my opinion, because my house would not meet this standard.
Are you back, what do they call it, walkout basement?
Yeah, on one side.
That's how you meet it.
No.
From what, If you're a walkout basement on one side, your average grade, you're only having to measure the back of your house. And what Bob is saying is you get the benefit of the grade on, what helps you.
If you
is the
measure
grade
the grade on each corner, I would not make it.
If you average.
Yep. Nope. I calculated it, I wouldn't.
You're a 1%er. We've always known that.
You're the one. I just want to go on record that I'm opposed to this 28-foot limit.
That would mean if there's.
And it was
if there's
25
one or
foot,
two
right?
homes
Yeah.
that-
So we're actually increasing it.
Yeah, I know,
3
but
feet.
the majority of homes in my neighborhood would not make it.
So play it out for Gary. I'm interested in that too. So, if you were to do the math your way, what would you need? What would your math be? What would your number
I would
be?
have to have, both corners would have to be exposed to the ground. The way mine is, it comes down and then it slopes down. So the corners, on each corner, if you measured it on each corner,
Yeah.
then I've got, on every corner, I've got approximately 22 feet on each corner.
No, because then you'd be back in, right?
No,
If
if you measure on the corners.
Okay, so
As what you were saying, we measure on each corner. When you come to the side that's the walkout, on the back side, on the side of the house, the yard slopes down. So the corners, when you measure on the corners, that's 22 feet from the corner, from the elevation to the top. That's the problem you run into. Now, if it was sloped all the way down, then you wouldn't have that issue, would you?
So you're saying in the back wall?
Yes.
From the grade at the basement level, to the east, 22 feet
On the corners.
on the corner, so you would comply because it's up to 28 feet.
Yeah, I can't visualize how he's not complying.
This is, the example I'm giving you, the basement wall is up to 32 and a half feet.
Okay.
So that would mean from the grade, you're measuring up 32 and a half feet to that gutter line.
Okay.
So your house would make it.
Okay.
I think you're reading it wrong. This is to protect against walls that exceed that 32 and a half feet.
Yeah.
Some of those walls go up 40, 45 feet.
Yeah.
Because right now we're taking it to midpoint of roof, so you can really play with it. And again, that's not really fair either, because if you have a wider house, then your roof pitch, we're encouraging 6, 8 on 12 pitch for roofs, because that's in the character of Milton.
Right.
And by doing that, we're actually impeding, less height for the homeowner, because or telling them to do a lower slope roof so that they can get those heights. I'd rather keep the 6 and 8 and 12 on 12 pitches and just go to the eave.
So
it really works.
So we're not talking about measuring from the bottom of my basement to the top, which would be 30 some odd feet.
No. Not.
The average grade is 22, for argument's sake, is 22.
Right.
But if you come out my basement door to the eaves, it's 32 feet.
Right.
Mine's
I'm
40.
saying you
Right.
can go 32.6.
Mine's 40.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it would work.
Okay.
Your house would be a
You're
great
not in the
example. It's almost
1%.
like this example. It
Okay.
would work beautifully.
Okay.
And that's the kind of character that we're looking for.
Yeah, there's a house in the manor when you come down by that lake. It looks like it's at least 100 feet tall. It's
It does.
crazy. It is crazy how tall.
It's out of context for
Yeah,
the
on the
area.
back side of it, you're
I
just
don't
like,
want to
what in the
individualize it.
world?
I don't see where
man?
we're going now.
It does
I
look
don't
like
like
character for the area, and it's those
Even in that neighborhood, it looks like
houses that
yeah.
just
You're just like,
He's
And
the
what you
king.
can't do with this is actually get those homes that the homes that have a
10 feet
fourth
apiece,
floor.
40 feet
Right.
high.
That's because they're building on a steep slope.
Right, yeah.
You can't do that.
Some of the ones on the road you can see from coming down Hamby to,
Yeah.
I mean, there's just
So they have like a
just
sub-basement, a basement,
massive
There we
wall.
go.
and then 2 floors, and then they dormer.
Yeah.
And that's where you're starting to get the 45 feet.
Well, who was the guy? There was a record mogul that built a home down in Sandy Springs along the
I know exactly
river.
what you're talking about.
And
I've seen that
it was
house.
on the back side of the house. The front of the house was 2 stories. Back of the house was 9 stories.
Right. So that would be disallowed here.
Yeah.
Or at least have, at least
Oh,
triple.
there
the
goes my
overall
house.
variance.
Yeah, shoot. Record mogul.
All right, are we good on height?
You're right.
You good?
Okay.
You good?
I'm good.
You good? All right, let's go to lot coverage.
I still hate it, but I'll.
All right, lot coverage. Page 8.
Yeah.
Oh, Robin's back.
So what did you guys agree? You
We're
okay?
good. Good.
You're good? Okay.
We're good on.
Except for Gariel.
No, I'm good, but I just don't like it.
Okay. You begrudgingly agreed to.
Fuzzy mess.
Okay.
I
What's
think-
your next?
I think I think our intent here is correct. I think that maybe we can help with a concern that Julie expressed with the three. We don't address 360. We probably think about that. But in addition to what that, if we also add the word natural or real, retaining walls shall be constructed of block or poured concrete with or non-manufactured or natural stone. Julie, in my mind, without necessarily engaging you in a long conversation about it, veneer is where I think you're struggling.
Yeah, just historically, we have lived all over a lot of people in law, and the whole point of this was intended to be natural materials.
Right, but I have a wall in the back of my house. It's a retaining wall, and underneath that retaining wall is a cinder block foundation. Poured on a foundation.
Right.
It's 6 feet high. And it's faced with natural stone. That you can't build that without having the concrete foundation. You can't build a natural stone wall without
The veneer. You're talking about the veneer, right?
So the stone that's there, it's hand stacked stone with, pardon? Yeah, so I don't think we're suggesting that veneerness didn't mean manufactured stone here. It meant to mean the skin on the front of the foundation, correct?
Right. I mean, and I guess if the architect if Bob wants to address it, but I know that we have had veneers that look like natural stone, but they're not technically
Right.
natural stone.
And we've been prohibiting the manufactured stuff for the sake of real stuff, right? Almost everywhere.
And the other question was stucco. Historically, we didn't allow stucco.
This is just for exterior streets, right? This is for retaining walls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, when we look at, to be honest,
Yeah, that'd be good.
we don't require retaining walls. We need them to be veneered, but we don't dictate whether that they have a true natural stone or a stone that is manufactured to look natural.
I think it just says that it's required to be faced with brick or stone. But we don't differentiate faux versus natural. So we're looking at I mean, in an east like that, from what we've been learning, you can't, faux stone won't even work.
Oh, faux stone doesn't work. Okay.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we're okay with.
So if we're saying,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we're not. Maybe it's.
So natural stone, veneer, or.
Yeah.
Are we talking the rear, front?
Talking about front facing.
Front facing only,
Front.
right?
Right. Front facing street. Correct.
Fencing material and height. So yeah, retaining walls, which you can't do opaque walls anyway along a street, but these are more like retaining walls that's a part of a development.
Right.
Right, like the entrance walls.
Like the entrance. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, we allow just for the face of the sign, not even anymore. We don't
okay.
even, other than to put the sign on
Yeah.
the wall. That's it.
No,
We don't
no.
let the wall keep on going. They have to be
Right.
floorboard fence or nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess the point is just on the interior then.
Yeah, that's where I'm gonna go next. Is you've resolved my issue for where I had a question about the front, but I can think of an example that was just done recently. They just built this beautiful gate over on Freemanville, between White Columns gated and White Columns golf. And because it's a arched fence, you can see the backside of that thing. I don't think they contemplated that when they built it. You can actually, as you're going north on Freemanville, see the backside of the fence. I mean, it's an unfinished fence. It's
Okay,
it's
I mean, we can add the 360, I mean, or to be viewed. I mean, if you can't see it, are you still you want them
Well, I think
to
if
face the other
it can
side?
be viewed from the, if
From
it
the
can be
road.
viewed from the road,
Okay.
it should be 360.
I agree.
So is that added as a 5?
Or can you do it within
Add it
the
in 3.
I think
within
we'd
3?
we would do it within
Just
3.
kind of reword 3.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, we good?
Yep.
Got it. So now we're in a commercial.
We get a question before you move on.
Yep.
At the top of that page 8, you're talking about, it says building components. And we're talking, and my question is, building components as being attached to the building itself, so that somebody who has a driveway and has a steel gate, this is not the same thing we're talking about. This is attached to the house.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, because people can still have steel gates and things like that out there.
I mean, yeah.
For there. Okay, and I know this is kind of splitting hairs, but you're writing steel gates there. Do you want to say some kind of metal? Because if I'm saying steel and I put aluminum, then I beat you right there.
Yep.
Yeah,
we
that's
can do
good.
that.
That's a good catch.
Get another star for tonight.
There you go.
Show off.
So,
Man.
before you leave the page, sorry.
Let's go.
And is the same thing hold true for the second, where it says steel roll down curtains, just metal
Yeah,
roll
if
down?
If you say steel, we're done.
Yeah.
Roll down.
I'd rather it be steel than aluminum. So
Yeah.
the metal.
My question is, I pretty much know what the intent is, even though I wasn't here as this stuff was being developed. But some of what we're saying throughout the document is that we want to have a 40, 50, 60-foot setbacks on these where we're maintaining an existing landscape buffer. For instance, if I'm putting in a new development, then I'm going to undisturb literally the first 40 or 50 feet and then build behind that. And then in the same manual here, we're telling people how they can do their front entrances. So what my question is this, let's just use White Columns for an example. Moving forward then, an entrance like White Columns would not be allowed?
Correct.
I mean,
yes.
so
right.
things,
or
developments
the
like
manor
that.
with huge walls and yeah, that's correct.
And extensive landscaping of really any kind that's not natural, because by virtue of wiping that out and putting in the new landscaping, you're disturbing this landscape buffer.
Correct.
So if I've got a little pine forest going there, that's going to be my entrance to my new development. The way we're writing it here.
That's the part of the preservation of the rural viewshed we're talking about.
So if it's, okay, and I'm just, go with me here. So if it's ratty looking now, then it's going to be ratty looking after I put my driveway through the middle of it with a couple nice signs on each side.
Well, I think that I believe that we give the purview to the city arborist to be able to dictate some of it, so that it could be replaced. I mean, there still needs to be some sort of buffer. So if it's a bunch of scrub pine, then I think Mark would make recommendations for some appropriate material.
Wasn't the language we used, Mark, is it has to be, if there's some, has to be, or we even use language like that says has to be replanted to natural standards. What's the right choice of words there?
I think I saw somewhere, I think you might be saying planted to natural buffer standards.
Yeah.
And that's not what we're looking for, the buffer standards, because then you're just looking at alternate rows of evergreens.
Okay.
What we're looking at just trying the existing conditions of what's in that area. If it was all pasture, I mean, we're not saying don't plant anything there, but we're trying to maintain that rural look there too, where it's pasture, so they do some supplemental plantings, but not really heavily. Because, you have some areas on Birmingham Highway where it's just that, it's horse farms, horse pastures, so we're not trying to hide that. Then you have other areas like down Freemanville Road where you have a lot of vegetation, undesirables, you got sweet gums, briars and stuff like that, but it still has a natural rural look to it. And so we're not going to have anybody plant sweet gums, briars or privet or stuff like that, but we are trying to mirror what's in the immediate area. So, you have some areas too where if it is scrub pine, you have some areas that have been stripped or graded recently in the past several years, and so you do have a lot of scrub pine coming up. And so that's something we would take into consideration. It'd probably be better to remove that and replant in a natural area with a natural vegetation.
Okay. So there, again, this book's designed to present intent, and then when you do your review process, you guys are going to work on it a little bit to, because if I was just trying to play by the rules, then I couldn't do anything. I couldn't improve it and make it better than it is, and better is this kind of subjective term. My better is not necessarily your better.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure that if you live in White Columns, that's real good. That's better. I don't.
Well, it's not better if it was a.
I don't know.
A tree stand.
It depends on.
I don't know what was there. I just don't. It's just a subjective issue, and if we're going to mandate, then we take away people's opportunity to improve and make good. That was just my point there. But be careful.
All right, commercial and non-single family use.
What page are you on?
We're on
Still on 8.
Still on 8.
Okay, I'm sorry, I skipped to the next page.
We're about an hour every 4 pages. Page 8.
I'm good with the rest. So all the gray stuff is
City attorney stuff.
Exactly.
city attorney.
9. I think I had one thing.
Mark, did you want to address
Yeah.
Julie's comment about the
Well, I actually
within the minimum front yard
That was
on page 9? That's one of the. I do know this is dealing with commercial and non-single family type uses, so.
right. One thing that we're considering there is with give a little more flexibility for the buildings. They potentially will be a little bit closer to the road, parking in the back. You have the situation where you have specimen tree in the front and specimen tree in the back. Something's got to give, so or may have to give. So we would prefer to have the specimen tree in the front preserved. They'd still have to recompense for other trees that they would have to specimens that they would have to remove or may need to remove. But that was the intent there to try. Between the two, we'd rather keep the specimen tree in the front yard or in the front of the structure.
So it's not to say that we're not preserving other trees, it's just we're encouraging that we save the ones in the front.
That's correct.
Right.
When we write our no clear cutting ordinance and we do our what was the other part? Our steep slope, and we'll add that to the.
I have a typo. I don't know if it's a typo or not, but on the industrial use compared to this use, on the commercial use, you have a maximum distance of every 30 feet on average, and then 1 per 20 feet. In the industrial, it's 20 feet on average and 1 per 30 feet.
Right, that's typo. It should be as it is in commercial.
Okay. So we'll fix it at that point. Okay, cool. All right. Page 10.
Because they had the changes I had asked for last time.
All right, page 11. This is the drive-throughs.
It's
And I actually emailed Robin, and I wanted to get a feel of what commercial property we were dealing with, and it's pretty much a moot point. So.
okay. So you're good with the way it stands?
Because it's only affecting. What are the commercial properties?
Like 3 or 4
3 or
properties,
4,
and a lot of them are really small.
And out of
that
those
you
3 or
would-
4, I don't think a drive-through would even go on it.
Okay. Good.
I'm sorry. I knew what you were talking about, and I spoke out. this one should be changed to 20 and 30 to be.
This is the one that should be changed?
That one's
On page 8, I'm sorry,
Page 9, number 2.
So distance of every 20 feet on average, and one per 30 feet?
Right.
So the one in industrial was correct, okay.
That's correct.
You mean institutional? We don't have
Yeah,
any
sorry,
industrial.
yeah,
Okay.
institutional. The I. All right, so,
And the drive-throughs is just to keep from having drive-through hamburgers and drive-through dry cleaning,
Correct,
picking
yeah.
up and things like that? Which
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think you have any of that out there at the Publix
No,
Center.
no, no. Well, there's that
Well,
one, there's
we're
that
trying.
bank. There's a bank at the drive-through, but that's the
But it's
crossroads,
sep-
which is different.
It's different.
Yeah, that
Right.
kind of supersedes this.
So we only have about 3 or 4 parcels out there that are hanging commercials that are out in the northwest or now the rural
I was kind of
Milton.
concerned at first.
And
but
so
no,
they just,
problem.
they wouldn't happen probably to ever be developed with anything, but we can have it there anyway. I don't think the union is gonna put a drive-through in.
It was like drugstore, bank, food would be the 3. And so my point was you're restricting someone who already has a C1 use, and now we're pretty much kind of taking that away, but given it's on, those can't be developed.
They'd be
as a drive-through.
grandfathered in if they were already existing
They
property.
wouldn't be grandfathered in now.
No, the overlay would trump any kind
The
of.
overlay would trump it. So, so I did have that concern, and then when I emailed Robin, the C1s that are out there, they can't. I mean, they're so small. I don't even. I mean, could a drive-through conceivably go there?
Probably not.
Yeah.
no.
So.
Just quickie, if you had, like, we've got some institutional things in here, so if you had some doctor's offices here in the future or something like that,
That's not institutional, that would be office.
and so would they be precluded from having something like that if they had a small pharmacy in there and you had elderly people that needed to drive up and get their medicine because they couldn't get out?
Correct. But it,
That'd
like
be the
Hayden
variance if that
said,
was in-
whatever we have in C1 is very small parcels that, and they're on big slopes, they're just,
Yeah.
they wouldn't be very
I
appropriate.
was with you, Noel, and until I saw that
I
map.
just, yeah, it's all good.
And I have the map on the other side, if I can show you too.
All right, 12.
On 12, Julie had asked us to consider, but having reread where we are, in the fact that we're in commercial and non-single family, whatever, what's what terminology?
Yep.
About considering where appropriate some pervious surfaces, but in the fact that we're in commercial and non-single family type uses, I don't know that non-pervious is inappropriate here. Pervious may be more appropriate in other parts of this.
And it doesn't really say that you can't do it. All it says, it has to be applicable with Americans with Disabilities Act, and there's
Right.
certain surfaces that are applicable that are not solid surfaces.
But without
As-
reconstructing the whole thing, we do use the word sidewalks, and sidewalks typically implies concrete. So I don't have a problem with it being here, but I think we need to give it some consideration as we get to the other sections. We just need to not overlook that when we get there.
Okay. Did I get that word right? Dog rubbish receptacles, is that what y'all said?
I like it, dog rubbish.
That's what I had in my notes, so I just want to make sure.
13, 14.
It-
Yeah, 13.
That number 10 there, pedestrian paths shall be colored, textured walkways or sidewalks. That's just, in other words, not just plain concrete.
Right, so like if you're looking at something like equal to like Target, if you look through there, there's pedestrian that's stamped a different color so that people kind of are guided through where to
your
go.
walkways are.
So that's
Got
the
it,
same
okay.
idea.
Yeah, gotcha.
Oh, yeah. Julie, you'd asked on, and we were on page 13 to address lighting. Were you asking about lighting overall? This is a more commercial area?
It's like light pole.
I think she was addressing like the agricultural, right, also.
Lighting, obviously, I noted it in commercial, but then in some of those other areas, it didn't seem to be prevalent, and my suggestion, and a lot of people's suggestions, that lighting needs to be addressed even on agricultural land, because we've got a lot of agricultural uses.
Right.
Put in big poles.
I totally get it there.
We have
but
the light.
But in something non-commercial, I get it. But in commercial, we're talking about safety and security and whatever. I'm okay with a little bit brighter.
Yeah, I think she's just addressing the agricultural and the part that's not.
It just didn't seem like the language.
Carried throughout.
So if I can address that a bit. We do have the night sky ordinance, which is, it's obviously stated in here, as well as for lighted arenas now we have a use permit, so we address the lighting issue. So if somebody's to come in to get, they want to light their arena, they have to come and get a use permit before the board and the city council. And so I think there's other places that we have.
A request would be just to make reference to it within this document so that it would stand alone and we will maintain that intent.
We can make reference to the night sky ordinance.
I mean,
and
it
the
says it in the.
agricultural.
We do.
It says it.
Under lighting.
And it may say that. I just
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It says it.
Is it under the agricultural? The lighting? I
Well,
don't know.
we
I was on the
we'll have to
commercial.
address it when we get
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
But-
we
Okay,
get to
we'll look at it then.
okay.
14.
This is the whole accessory structure thing. Can you help me understand that?
I'm
Rhonda?
sorry, what?
Taking out the accessory structure from being a measured entity.
For the accessory structure, a lot of times it is,
I mean, we give some examples, and I think this is where we did it. There was something, I think you said, you used the word customarily, I think is where, let's see. Or maybe it wasn't in this section, it was in one of the other ones that I was reading.
so, we still talk about the accessory structure shall be located so as to be in the least visible from a public street position. And my examples would be like at least on the institutional uses when we had St. Francis come. And we're still reviewing their accessory. They have a storage facility. They have another gym, a practice gym. That's why I still said that it needs to be in keeping with the same architecture, but it doesn't have to go through the setback. You don't want an accessory structure to be 20 feet away from the street. You want an accessory structure to be the least visible, as well as we're still going to look at it for architecture, but it's not going to be under the same stringent standards as the primary structure of the use. So, for instance, like with the St. Francis, it would be the school or the school building. That's a prominent building on the site versus
Right.
a storage building.
Right. But they came before us and got the exception because it was measured. And we agreed that in that particular instance, it was a non-event, right?
Well, and I'm just trying to, again, going back to the same idea of dealing with things, is that typically, we still have the architect to review the building because it's a non-residential building, but that it doesn't have to go to the same standards. A structure, I think there was an issue with the windows with the gym.
Right. Which again came before us, or not before us, but it's on review board, right? And they got their exception. Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what happened with how we explained the windows and the not having to have them, because technically under the old overlay it's still required. Huh? I'm sorry.
Yeah. I just to take it out for what you've had to measure in. Are we so burdened by it that it's it's causing us a problem. I don't know that I've heard that it is. To remove it, when you've had that measure, and the instances that we've had exceptions come before us with good reason, we've granted them. We haven't kept anybody that I can think of from developing the way they wanted to develop. We've worked with them to accommodate.
I mean, is it becoming a burden and build? I mean,
Yeah, the green, I mean, well, that's the primary use for the original greenhouses on, I mean, that's not a structure that we look at as an
Right.
accessory structure.
Right. But, what about if I wanted to come in and build a brand-new barn? Behind my house, but it's not in keeping with the scale of the barns next door to me.
We don't review barns.
Okay, well, give me a different example. If I'm going to build a utility shed, or I want to, use utility shed.
For a non-residential use, like let's say the storage shed
Yeah.
for a church, if they wanted to come in and have an extra storage area.
Right, but it's.
this is just it's just the commercial accessory structures.
Yeah, but see, commercial can be
Right.
theoretically the most offensive.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, this is. I mean, I don't see the burden. I mean, how many of these are you coming before you? I guess is my question.
I mean,
And there must have been a point behind your desire to remove it.
well, I think a lot of it came out of the different schools. So we had the St. Francis, and I think we had another school or
Okay.
another institutional use with.
Hopefully, we're not building 10 more schools anytime soon, and let's not become the land of schools like we have more recently.
Okay, I mean, whatever.
I-
I mean, if that's your.
I would encourage you to leave it in. I just think that
No.
measure serves the city well, and to take it off is
What do you think?
going the wrong
Does
direction.
anyone have any opinion on that?
I have a question. Is an accessory site feature and this accessory structure is different?
There are two different. I think that there's two different. There are definitions for both. We just created one for an accessory structure, and there's an accessory site feature as well.
Because
So,
on page 10, we're trying to keep them least visible from public streets and things of that nature screened. But then over here,
I mean, if you were getting bombarded with these things, and but I think we haven't seen much at all. Not protected. I don't see a problem with removing it. I think we've only seen one in the last.
I mean, having
So yeah, there's a whole difference. I'm sorry, I'll go back to your question
Yeah.
about accessory site feature means mechanical, electric, and ancillary equipment, cooling towers, mechanical penthouses, heating, and so those are the type of things that's on
Okay,
the actual
gotcha.
building versus this whole separate building.
gotcha.
So,
Are you all fine with just removing that? Just leave it the way it was?
Yeah.
so you recommend just scratching out the red?
Yep.
Okay.
So we're basically saying we're not addressing it because it's striking it.
So that it would still come under the same requirements.
All right, page 15. All right, on the first paragraph, it's the same thing under the institutional, where you said, however, to encourage construction of multiple buildings. Under institutional, you have that crossed out.
Okay, yeah, and I could have missed it, so whatever.
Okay, so it is, I know, however, to encourage construction of multiple buildings is crossed out. If two or more buildings are built, the total size of the building shall.
Yeah, so the attorney
that's
was
it.
saying that's
Yeah.
kind of a stupid statement.
Right,
It's not it's not a requirement,
yeah,
it's just a
just cross it
statement.
out.
So yeah, I just missed it.
Okay.
Thanks.
So we're striking just the first part of the sentence?
Yeah, it's just
yeah.
a statement. However, to encourage construction of I mean, it's not a
It was-
requirement, it's just a statement.
So the sentence starts?
If two
Yeah.
or more
Okay.
buildings are built, the total size of buildings, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Cross-cutting is discouraged.
Rest of the page is good.
On I at the top of 15. Where it says, however, encourage construction of multiple buildings, that's not really a requirement or standard, it's just a statement.
Uh,
Attorney wanted it strict.
I guess my only question is
Right. I mean, we're not crossing out the entire pair. We're still saying.
If 2 or more buildings are built, the total size shall not exceed 25,000. We still have the same requirement.
It's not going to do anything. That's just my opinion. I don't know.
Oh, I agree.
Y'all agree? Are y'all okay?
Yeah.
Take it out.
I'm okay.
I mean, that was the city attorney's recommendation,
I'm
so
fine with that.
I just missed it.
But I
on
saw
this.
that. I only caught it because it was crossed out in institution.
Yeah.
and that's bad.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
I got nothing until 17.
All right. Y'all got anything on 16?
Nope.
All right. 17.
17 is the same as the other one.
Oh, okay. Just cross.
Yeah.
Cross it out.
Cross out accessory structures. All right. 18.
I got a question that's just kind of, it generally goes with these 3 pages, 14, 15, 16. And we're talking about whether we're parking in front of a building or not. It's mentioned a couple places, but specifically say on page 16 at the very bottom, no, I'm sorry, parking shall be located to the front of a building.
Right,
So, like up there at Birmingham Crossroads,
right.
well, all the cars are parked in front of Publix.
Well, I mean,
But-
between the building and the
That's
street.
interior.
Yeah.
The rest of the development is, it's all interior.
It would be if someone was parking in front of the pizza place.
Just
or something.
between the building and the road is all we're really trying to deal with.
We're
right
we're
there.
trying to put the building as the buffer to the parking lot. We're trying to put parking interior. So it's not a strip mall.
Right.
But I know what you mean. I can
Yeah.
understand what you're saying. They're parking in front of Publix, but that's actually behind the other buildings, so.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
I don't know how you could word it differently,
Yeah.
but to the interior portion of the center or whatever.
And sometimes if you're on a corner, it's hard not to avoid, you're going to have some parking somewhere, and then it talks about the screening of it, so.
Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion?
Mm-hmm.
We should put a time limit on ourselves.
Absolutely. I don't even know. What is it like? 10:45?
It is 10:47.
Yeah. We can do. Let's do 11 p.m. 11:30.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 11.
11.
11. I know I'm the oldest here, so I mean I can. I can.
If we go much past 11, I'm gonna
11
be
o'clock it
asleep.
is. Robin, I want to let you. I don't have my clock on.
I don't
so-
have it either. I'll have
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I know what time it is. All right. 18.
I got nothing.
Uh,
Hang on. Fred, we have some.
On 19, I got something.
We had 18, we had a question.
So I did delete the clip-ins are
Please.
allowed, and it's saying, I should say clip-ins are
yeah.
prohibited, so I
Okay.
just missed that one.
Right.
Back on page
That was the only one I had on
18.
19.
It is 18 in the old book?
Mm-hmm. It was under building color, so.
Oh, no, it was about the, Robin on, it had to do with staff to ask city architect, dormers should have windows or vents.
It was the clip-ins, and I talked to him, and he said no clip-ins, so I just didn't catch the one on page 19, but I think I got some of the other ones. Is that
No,
what you're talking
it
about?
was- No, it's actually to do with dormers. The statement
Oh.
in my old notes says, what it says is, if roof dormers are present and they have windows, then the windows shall be glazed. Dormers are not a common element and should be used minimally. And my question for staff, Bob, was, we've got examples of dormers at Birmingham Crossroads that are just vented. So here we're saying they have to have windows. So, I missed that, but are we,
I just had it marked. I didn't have what we said. I just had it marked.
yeah.
Which number are you on?
I'm looking at,
D.
is it 18 and 37? Is it still the same page, Frank?
You under D windows on 18? Or?
Hang on. I'm pleading Fred's case. It's like I catch up where I am.
Fred, what are you doing? I don't see
But Fred was making my case.
Yeah, I don't see.
From last
Yeah, it
time.
is page 20.
Page,
You're right.
okay, that's why I didn't see
All right,
it. Y'all are ahead of us.
All right. You're on the right
FI,
path.
or
Thank
triple
you.
I.
Yeah. Right church,
Page
wrong
20.
pew.
It's under architectural features.
We're not requiring them to have one.
If they have them.
It just says if they have one.
Little three. I think all it's saying is that if you have a dormer and it has a window in the dormer,
Then it needs to be glazed.
then it needs to be glazed.
Oh, all right. But then it's saying it's okay, so if a dormer has vents, it's okay to have vents. Okay, because it's, all right, thank you.
21, we're on institutional?
Oh, I'm
Or no,
sorry. On 20, we struck G.
So we put that back in.
Yeah.
So that goes back
Add
in.
back. Right.
Correct? It goes
Yeah,
back in?
I think we said something similar to that somewhere else, but that's fine. We can put, I'll double check and make sure it stays in.
Okay, thank you.
And now, since we're at the institutional, this is probably a good point to maybe stop, and then we can start deferring.
Yeah.
Start making our motions to defer and all
That's
that
fine.
stuff, since we're at a good stopping point.
Just to go back to H though, we
Yep.
got steel gates there, so we changed that to
Yep.
metal.
So I'll make
That-
those, yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
try to
just
catch them all.
And so I guess going forward, Robert, on institutional and all those, if you can make the
Right.
changes that.
So where are we?
We're
We're
on page
on
21.
21, right now we're on institutional type uses, so I'm thinking
Yeah.
that's a good stopping point.
Yeah.
So if we could have a motion to defer.
I make a motion that we defer RZ 1322.
1401. Can you do them all at once?
1401 and 1402.
We really need to do them separately, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's all right.
I make a motion that we defer RZ 1322 to the meeting, planning commission meeting on.
So let me, before we start doing all this, can I make a suggestion? We're just pushing the same thing again. So next time, we're going to have
Yeah.
the two studies. And
That
I know
was-
in the past, we used to make a special called meeting if we have a lot of stuff to do. I just think that we're just going to keep on pushing it and not get through what we need to. Not that I really want another meeting, but
You have an email, you'll see that
I know,
sent
I
you.
saw your email, yeah.
So, I mean,
that
since,
exact point.
since now on our next agenda items in April, we have two big studies.
And
North
all
to
these
West-
text
And all these text amendments.
Right.
Would this be something to where we would need a special called meeting?
We've done that in the past when we've been really swamped
I
with
would
stuff.
say yes.
What's your?
I don't have a problem with that.
What's your minimum advertising requirement?
The hardest is the newspaper. So if I advertised for next week's Wednesday, what's next Wednesday? What's the date? It's like the 2nd.
Second.
And then I have to be 15 days from there. So you're looking at the 17th, 18th
There are meetings the
is
next.
the 23rd.
But I mean, it's one of those things to where I'm worried we're just gonna get
No, you can't.
we're gonna get backlogged
Absolutely.
that we do need to have one. That's just
Right.
my-
Well, maybe if
that's
it's,
my-
we've done them 2 nights, and I don't know. I mean, in the way past, we've done them pretty close together.
Well, we could, well,
I mean, so for this motion, can we just say at the next scheduled meeting,
Yeah, we can say that.
so we don't just tie ourselves? Is that okay? Sorry,
Okay.
sorry, Gary.
but,
I move that we defer RZ, okay.
but we gotta, let's think about it.
Yeah.
Let's think about it before we make a motion.
I mean, we
Where
have.
do we have to go
It is.
without stating it, just so that we
Right.
figure out our docket
I don't wanna get-
first? So if your minimum requirement means we can't get together again before, did you say the 17th? Is that what you said?
Right, if Wednesday's the 2nd and I need 15 days, so that's like that Thursday, whatever.
Right, so it's Thursday the 17th. So then, really, we are in the week of the 21st.
Which is the 23rd, that Wednesday,
So
so
it's
I don't know.
Wednesday. Can we go Wednesday, Thursday of that week?
I mean, I would prefer to sooner the better before we get just completely backlog with a lot of stuff going on.
Is Easter in there somewhere?
Yeah, but not then.
That's it.
So what's, all right, so 23rd, 24th is theoretically where we're going?
Mhm.
That gives you ample time to advertise.
Yeah.
Are y'all okay with that?
You guys
I'll
are
be out
okay?
the 24th.
You'll be out 24th, 23rd, you'll be here?
Yeah.
Noel's like, what did I get myself into over here?
We haven't had to do this in a while, but this is obviously important. Okay, so 23rd, 24th, everybody? Noel, you were good with that?
Oh, for now, yes, sir.
You guys want 7 o'clock, or you want to try to start early? I think if we
yeah,
start at
when
7.
my real life happens.
I don't, and that's another suggestion is we can start at 6. Or is
I can't.
You can't.
For
okay.
our standard meeting, I can't
All right.
get here before 7.
Okay.
But for a special call, like for this one on the Thursday, I could come earlier.
Okay.
But I can't on the day before.
So we can have a regular one at 7,
Yeah, I'm
special
good with those
one
days
at
for now.
6. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
And the comp plans aren't so restrictive about for advertising because it's not an ordinance, it's a resolution, so I don't have to have the same standards.
Okay.
So as far as what's going to be on the agenda Wednesday and what's going to be on the agenda on Thursday, I'm thinking I'm trying to think what's going to take the longest, and that should be moved to Thursday. Is that something that we can do?
Right, I think, Kathy, you think it would be okay if we let everybody know that the plans would be on that Thursday and we would keep the text amendments on Wednesday? That way it's just part of the advertising.
Yeah, we would just have to let everyone know.
Yeah.
'Cause really, this is we're 21 pages of 44. So we're.
Oh, yeah.
But we also lost, time tonight to the other stuff that was on the agenda. So we're probably okay to slide this stuff to the 23rd.
And all
The other
this.
alternative, if I might add, is you're
Okay.
going to get you might want to form a working committee of a couple of you. We've done that in the past, as opposed to having the whole group go through this line by line and then make a report back. I mean, that's another alternative that you could think of. Because you see, it appears that you want to go through line by line, which is fine, but it's just a very labor-intensive way of proceeding, and so
Yeah,
so
I don't
that's
have a
another
problem.
thought too.
I mean, as far as legal reasons, I don't have a problem, meeting with Paula and Gary one night. I mean, I don't know what the best way to,
Well,
I don't know.
I just think what happens is we just regurgitate the same things.
Exactly.
Even if there was a subcommittee, then you have to explain what you did. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, I don't
I
see
also-
the advantage to that at this point because of the way we're going through it for the second time already.
And if we defer, like, for example, these other items that are on the artist studio and the special event is a part of this.
Right.
So they all kind of need to go together.
Right.
Okay.
So, but if you
I would
feel like
always,
you could get through the whole thing on that Wednesday, like from 7 to 11.
Well, I would prefer that to be at 6 o'clock. I'd prefer
But see, Paul can't get here from.
on Thursday. You can get it on Thursday.
Thursday I can come early.
Oh, okay.
So I was
You wanna-
thinking everything that's on this agenda goes
to
towards
Thursday.
on Thursday, and then
And
Wednesday we'll have our two.
Which would work out perfectly because we've already advertised.
Right. So we'll have our regular stuff. All this will go to the Thursday. At
Okay,
6
we can do
o'clock.
that. So you want to defer it to that Thursday?
Defer to
And
the
remember,
special meeting
stuff
on.
like this
Okay.
always default to the benefit of the public
Right. Oh, yeah.
involvement.
Yeah.
Under the
So we're giving them an X, and this will be the third time the public will see it. I mean, and we'll, yeah. It's fine.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, Gary. Cool.
So we're gonna do each one of these separately?
Yeah.
Okay. I move that we defer RZ 13-22 to the special meeting on April the 24th
Yes.
Right. At 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
I'll second that.
I'll call for any discussion.
Okay, sorry. Any discussion on the motion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right.
I move that we defer RZ 14-01 to the special call meeting on April 24th at 6 p.m.
Any discussion?
No.
Second it.
You have to have a second.
Second it.
Yeah, I'm ahead of the
Yeah.
curve. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay,
Unanimous?
I move that we move RZ 14-02 to the special call meeting on April 24th at 6 p.m. Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Sounds so excited,
Opposed?
Fred.
It's unanimous.
This is good, and then we don't have to worry about when we go back to the minutes, who said what.
Mhm.
Who made the
Just keep it the
motion.
way it is.
Keep it the way it is.
No changes.
Motion second, motion
We
second.
got some more.
We have two more.
Two more?
Yeah.
Okay, which are they?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
RZ 1403.
Oh, okay. I move that we defer RZ 1403 to April 24th, special call meeting at 6 p.m. Second.
No discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous.
One more time.
I make a motion that we defer RZ 14-04 to April 24th, special call meeting at 6 p.m. Second.
No discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. And
Make a motion
for
we
adjournment?
I'll make
Oh, wait, wait, what was the one thing we were gonna go back to?
Oh, no.
Oh, it was,
Too late.
Too
oh, it was
late.
about.
Someone make a motion.
Second, somebody second.
Second?
Who seconded it?
I did.
No.
Okay.
We good. All right, all those in favor?
Aye. That I wanted to remind y'all, but we needed to throw out this up.
Yeah. There's gonna be.
I really thought we were going to get through it.
Okay.
I thought we were going to get through it.
You are a dreamer.
I'm a dreamer, man.
How many of these you been doing now?
Yeah.
So, we were right in our discussion.
Yeah.
So which one are you not going to get? The Wednesday one. Thursday one.
It's getting to the, I can't run every day now.
Oh, I am.
I know.
That's like, I knew that date. I'm like,
I know.
we're on Thursday.
I didn't even look at I didn't have my phone. I'm assuming I'll be in town. I mean, I'm not planning on going anywhere.
We're gonna go.
Next week.
Worked out better. Less spring breaks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Well, yeah, I bet you there will be. I bet you there will.
You got your what? We got
Yeah.
something like Shores,
More and more
Panama,
stuff to bring back
condo.
Yeah.
Right next to Plain Apple Road. We can walk everywhere. We can see bars. So I'm parking and I'm.
Oh, yeah. That's good for you. I needed that off my list before I should know how it goes. I don't even know until like. I mean, right.
They are all. We should.
That's why when they come forward,
Like a business plan.
yeah.
Well, probably before we do these things.
Right. So you can have.
You need to make copies for the ones that are outside because forklifts don't work. I was trying to do. You can have compressors. You can have what kind of welding.
Right.
How do you move the equipment?
So,
Do you have a crane?
so we're gonna have, so once this all passes, we'll have, apply for a use permit.
But wouldn't it be nice to?
Yeah, well, when we got to the meetings, then it wouldn't be as long.
We will.
Probably the only one.
Oh, well, yeah.
We have answers to a lot of our, we have answers to a lot of our
They,
questions
sell
before we
furniture
have to get into this.
they're not aware of. So
There's
there's
gonna
gonna
be an
be,
outside dust collection system.
there's gonna be a lot.
So I think
After
that's
that
something we ought to
passes,
look
we're
at
gonna have
in
a lot of these
futures.
users.
We have big issues like this, we need to.
Yeah.
So I understand that.
Because we have had those in the
Right,
past, which really.
exactly.
You know, you need 220 or the, you know, 223 phase or, I mean.
Exactly.
It's not.
Get a lot of clarification on those
It's not
issues.
the small guy, it's the